I'm unmuted. Why don't you? Okay, we're good.
Good morning, comrades. Welcome to everyone from our venue here in Cape Town at the IRDC Solidarity Centre, and to our comrades in Johannesburg and Bloemfontein.
And Durban.
Thank you. Welcome, comrades. My name is Erna Curry. I'm representative of the People's Media Consortium, of which Environmental Monitoring Group, our organization, is a member. So I'm here representing the Environmental Justice Collective, and we are about 8 people here in the Solidarity Centre, and we hope everyone is well. Let me just give you the first part of the program. So I'll be chairing the session from 9 to 11 today, when we have tea and lunches at 1. Of course, comrades, we'll adapt as needed, but hopefully we won't go too far from the program, not more than 5 or 10 minutes from our agenda. So if I can just brief you on the first part of the agenda, we took from 9 until now it's almost 9:45, just to register and get tuned in for the day. So despite the weather and ESCOM, welcome to everyone, and for being here, and we hope more comrades will join us as the day progresses. First up, we'll have Busi Matabane, who's from our host, the Alternative Information and Development Center here in Cape Town. Busi will be just taking us through the protocols for the day, providing a welcome, the purpose of the day, and an introduction. Then joining us from Johannesburg is Comrade Trevor Shaku, who's the spokesperson of the South African Federation of Trade Unions, SAFTU. And in the session today, of course, we'll be exploring the terrain and setting the frame for our conference today on internet freedom and the right to the internet. After Trevor, we'll be joined by Henriette Esterhuizen. Henriette is a human rights defender and a computer networking pioneer. She's been the founding director of Sanganet and is currently the director of policy and strategy at the Association for Progressive Communications, a global body. After Henriette, we'll be joined by Razigan Maharaj. Razigan is an activist scholar contributing to the critique of the political economy of knowledge, science and technology. He's the founding chief director of the Institute for Economic Research on Innovation. Thank you very much to our speakers for making this time today. If all goes well, we will have some time, hopefully 20 to 30 minutes after the speakers to discuss the inputs made. So comrades, take your notes while the speakers are talking, and I'm not sure about anything else, what's happening in the chat, but Mark will keep an eye on what's happening in the chat and alert us to anything. But Lucy, please, we welcome you to welcome us, Comrade Lucy. YouTube.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, comrades. Are you able to hear me? Am I audible to those who are online? Okay, great. Thank you so much to Comrade Anna for the intro. For the introduction to today's important event. As she did mention, my role right now is to welcome everyone to this conference. Today, as South Africans, we all know that internet or access to the internet is one of the fundamental rights. And thirdly, as it is with other basic rights in South Africa, only a few have access to. So today we are here to engage and look in terms of draw in a widest number of value-aligned organizations who are interested in internet freedom, to introduce the possibility of an internet that is free in terms of internet freedom campaigning, and also to engage and unpack issues that are impacting internet freedom in South Africa, and also develop a shared understanding and identify possible campaign issues and demands that we can work with as a collective. Of course, this is a hybrid event, which is both online, and also we have comrades who are joining us in Gauteng. We have comrades who are joining us in Durban, in Bloemfontein, East London, and of course, we have some comrades who are here at AIDC in Observatory, Cape Town. It is hosted by two organizations, of which I'm a member of, which is the Year 2 Infotech Collective and the People's Media Consortium. So on behalf of these two organizations, I officially welcome you, comrades, and I do hope that we will have a fruitful discussion. In Cape Town, I will be the one who's responsible for hands and everything. And then in KZN, Durban, it will be Comrade Sine Manglele. In Gauteng, it's going to be Comrade Nico. And then in Bloemfontein, it's going to be Comrade Comrade Nosana. And of course, in East London, we have Anele, who will be responsible for hands. But for those who are online, Mark will be able to flag all the hands. So without wasting any more time, it's almost 10 o'clock. I will give over to our host, Comrade Anna. Thank you, comrades, and welcome.
Thank you very much, Busi, for the welcome. We'd like to now ask, Comrade Trevor, thank you, there you are. And Comrade Trevor will be addressing us. The title of this input is Internet for All, as in freedom, as in Mahala. Comrade, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Let me not waste time. Comrades have already introduced me. I'm the spokesperson at the South African Federation of Trade Unions. And my talk would be around the campaign for making internet free, Mahala. So where do we begin as the South African Federation of Trade Unions in as far as the struggles for free internet is concerned? We start from the premise that the problem of internet commodification is actually the problem of cabalism. And you would know that cabalism is the mode of production in which it premises itself on the general production of commodities. And by their very nature, commodities are, of course, price tagged. And as a result, a capitalist enters the realm of production or business with one single motive, and that is to extract profit out of such particular commodities. So even though in the historical epoch of capitalism, humanity has accomplished a lot in terms of technological advancement. However, the distribution and production has been revolutionized to levels never seen before, and to levels which actually can afford everyone the basic necessities of life. The fundamental contradiction of capitalism, however, is born in the very DNA of capitalism. That is, as a system premised on commodity production and geared towards making profit. As a result, out of that logical and fundamental logic of its existence, then arise its contradiction, and that is the profit motive would always be in contrast and in contradiction with the freedoms and rights of people in most instances. And we see it with our constitution. Our constitution is littered with what one can call progressive rights and freedoms, but people cannot realize in concrete terms such particular rights and freedoms because of the price tags attached to these things. One particular example would be free education, quality healthcare. These things cannot be realized in this country because of capitalism, or at least across the world because of capitalism. Now, I want to premise our submission around this topic on that, and also to acknowledge that because of this, capitalists have been subsuming every use value or any good that is of utility value to people, privatizing either its production or its distribution so that they can be distributed as commodities to people, that is with price tags to people. This is the process that has seen the commodification of water, electricity, internet, and soon oxygen will follow suit. And of course, one may think that it's a joke to say that oxygen might be commodified in the near future, but in the manner in which the use of fossil fuel intensive is hastily compromising the environment and the ecosystem of this planet. Indeed, oxygen might be one of the most precious good that the society might need in future. And under capitalism, obviously, it will also be commodified, just like internet. Having commodified internet connection, capitalism has given us network and data, providing monopoly corporations who, as price makers, have made internet access more expensive. And this is most the tendency of capitalism, to concentrate production and distribution into fewer hands, destroying what it is founded upon, perfect competition. And because of that, the enterprises which which participate either in the production or the distribution of such particular goods eventually are subsumed by conglomerates, and before you know it, you are left with oligopolies and monopolies in the market. And this is what has happened even with the market of internet, for instance, in the country. In the country, you have about 4 dominant, or rather 5, but until recently 4, let's say 4. 5 dominant internet data and network providers, your Cell C, MTN, Vodacom, and Telkom. You had your Vision Mobile, but of course it is being sold and it will be turned into another capitalist enterprise corporation called Huge. So the domination of the data, internet data provision or providers in the domination of these particular monopolies in the data and internet provision market has seen prices of this data or internet data and networks, and even at times most expensive in the country. For instance, if you look at the uncapped data, I was trying to do a little bit of comparisons between the 4 monopolies, excluding the Vision Mobile, which is currently under acquisition processes. But if you look at uncapped data provided at 10 megabytes per second, you'll realize that most of them are, at least MTN is 400, Vodacom is 400, and Telkom 450. If you go for 10 gigabytes of data, you realize that at average across all these 4 monopolies, which are providing internet data, the price is similar. It's 470 rands of a 10 gigabyte bundle. 2 gigabyte bundle, of course, fluctuates or floats differently amongst the 4 monopolies, but it's averaged at least at 118 rands. I mean, these prices for middle class and maybe even the rich, upper middle class, and even the rich may seem to be a little bit reasonable, but for the ordinary working class, these things are not reasonable at all. And if you consider the fact that our workers, the ordinary workers in this country, earn meager wages, these data prices are unaffordable to many of them, let alone the overwhelming majority of those who are unemployed and the not economically active populations, such as learners, students, and old age individuals who, as a result of the technological progressions, it is become a need for them to actually have smartphones and data so that they can be able to even connect with their loved ones. The Treasury in its 2021-2022 financial year, it published tax revenue trends, which the South African Federation of Trade Unions we use to measure the categories of wages of workers, the categories of workers' wages in this particular country, or the number of workers in particular wage brackets in this country. So the latest statistics says that for 2022-2023, the grand total of the people who receive income is 15.1 million. And out of those, 7.7 million are earning below 90,000 rands per annum. Now, this means that we have about 50.1% of the people who are receiving taxable income or income that could be taxed, earning about 7,500 rands. This, if you look, and this includes this figure, 50.1% does not only look at workers. I mean, it also includes small business owners, because there are also people who are receiving income. And of course, the statistics published by the quarterly labor force survey shows you that indeed we cannot be having workers of about 15.1 million. If anything, the number of employed people in this country confirmed in the latest QLFS for quarter one of 2022 shows that we have less than 15 million in the formal and informal employment in this country. So on the basis of this, you can see that people who receive income, 50% of 50.1% of them, and less than 7,500 per month. And as a result, this leads us to then make estimates as to can the working class people or people, this number of people, be able to afford internet data in the manner in which I outlined it, averaging the prices of data, internet data from the four monopolies who are dominating the network and internet data provision in this country. In 2019-2020, 45.4% of those who received income in this country received less than 5,833 per month. This is a little bit improvement compared to 2019-2020. Nonetheless, if you factor in the fact that the great population or the overwhelming majority of those not economically active and those who are unemployed in the labor force, which constitute 12.4 million of the employable people who cannot find employment in this country. Therefore, you have a great majority of people who possibly and probably, and this I think we can say with certainty, that cannot afford the internet data that is sold by these four monopolies. In 2019, it was reported that 29% of workers earn less than the minimum wage. Of course, the minimum wage has progressively, or rather cumulatively, at very little intervals, grew from 18 rands to 23 rand 19 cents per hour, which constitute 3,895, if not mistaken, for those workers who are working 8 hours per day and 21 days per month, and also 4,080 rands for those workers who are working 8 hours per day and 22 days per month. Now, the household affordability index shows that the cost of household food basket for a family of 4 members costs about 4,688. This is above the minimum wage, which I referred to. And this is merely is a cost of food basket. It does not include other necessities such as transport to work and to institutions of higher learning for families which have children which are either in universities, colleges, or schools, but also costs for electricity, water, refuse, and personal and domestic hygiene products, including internet and airtime, because the fact that we must connect on internet and online has become a basic necessity for our people. And this is not said from a theoretical, abstract point of view. It is demonstrated by the fact that we see it, especially in the trade union movement. We rely on internet data for our meetings lately and many other events which we host. So the combined monthly cost of electricity and transport, according to the Household Affordability Index, is 2,075 rands and 75 cents. And internet costs, obviously, for households which have more than 4 people or have 4 people, would actually cost higher if we consider that even those children, even whoever unemployed person in that household would require to be connected in one way or another to either access educational or entertainment material, or even just to connect with family. So from the evidence that I gave, it is clear that workers and working class households cannot afford data. And that is the reason why it should be decommodified. That is the position of SAFT. Since COVID-19 struck, meetings moved online. They are still overwhelmingly conducted online, as I said, because visual meetings have many benefits that include, amongst others, going straight home after work. So going straight home after work may not be valued, but in the trade movement, we understand the value of this, because it means the inconvenience of having to leave meetings, which usually were held physically, the inconvenience of having to leave those meetings earlier or leave them late at the risk of missing a taxi home is averted because of the visual platforms which have been established for us to meet. So workers can, from their plants, go straight home, and thereafter they can connect in meetings and will not even miss anything. The other benefit, these meetings and moving meetings online is that parents no longer, both males and females, no longer have to cook for their children late as a result of having attended meetings somewhere before, right? Thirdly, the parents also no longer have to deplete the transport money, or the workers no longer have to deplete the transport money to work with money being compromised or rather depleted in between attending meetings, from plans to meetings and from meeting places to home. I mean, that on its own, it may be understated, but if you look at the meager wages that our workers are earning, actually counts a lot at the end of the day for the sustainability of those particular households in terms of finances. But all these advantages are undermined because internet data is commodified and is expensive, and workers alone cannot afford it. Even most of us in this conference now surely did not sponsor our data. I'm at work, that means I'm using the fiber at work. If I were to rely on my personal internet data, it would cost me so much that I may have to compromise some of the needs for my household and for my personal needs. So
Sorry, comrade. 1 minute.
Okay, thanks.
To wrap up, please, comrade. Thank you.
Sure. So those unemployed and general workers who do not hold positions in organizations, that means they cannot attend this meeting like I'm doing because of internet data problems. And in fact, many of them would not have even seen this advert because this advert was advertised and circulated online and electronically. And as a result, they may not have even had data to see this. So alone, the commodification of internet, the impact, the negative impact of the commodification of internet data on this meeting alone can be seen profoundly. Internet must be decommodified in order to allow the overwhelming majority of the working class people to enjoy the use of visual space for work, leisure, and family purposes. If internet is made mahala, maybe even lobolas could be conducted over visual platforms. Most rights enshrined in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa in direct contradiction of the laws of commodity of capitalism. In other words, such rights can be fully realized, can never be fully realized under capitalism. Capitalism, amongst others, violates the right to equality as it discriminates people on the basis of income and the size of the income they get regularly. Considering the internet has become an important part of learning, the commodified internet infringes the rights of those learners and students who, for lack of internet data, miss out on important lessons and tutorials for their schoolwork. Our fight for mahala internet must necessarily be tied with the struggle for uncensored internet. Parts of the hard-won democratic rights and freedoms enshrined in the Constitution of the Republic are the freedoms to associate politically, move, and form part of strikes. The tendencies of the decaying capitalist governments across the world have tended towards surveillance of political opponents. It is not 1902 where Trotsky could easily change his name from Lev Davidovich Bronstein to Leon Trotsky with faced by officials. So as a result, we say the development of technology, especially digital technology, should not be used by these liberal or fascist governments to surveil our people or censor them. Our community radio stations and community TV stations, the period of the internet can easily move to online broadcasts, should not be censored from exercising their democratic opinion expression through stations promoting messaging. Though stations promoting misogyny and boycottery should be censored, government should not for fear of political defeat, censor the progressive movements in the left. Forward with the struggle for free internet forward, Viva Free Internet, punching a censorship and solidarity with workers and journalists at New Frame, Free Julian Paul Assange, and Amandla. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, I am unmuted. I think it's just gone. Thank you very much, Comrade Trevor. Viva, unfortunately, you cut out a bit there at the end, but we felt the energy, Comrade. Thank you very much for that. Very informative indictment on the theme today, looking at affordability and accessibility for working class people. So that was Comrade Trevor Shaku from SAFTU, talking on internet for all, as in freedom, as in Mahala. Next up, we have Henriette Esterhazen from the Association of Progressive Communications, a global outfit. The theme of the comrades' talk will be utopian visions, dystopian currents. Welcome, Henriette. You have 15 minutes, and I'll just give you a notice when it's 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, and good morning to everyone. I'm not going to put my camera on. I'm in Mpumalanga in a rural area. I'm using expensive mobile data provided by one of the monopolies Comrade Trader was telling us about. So no camera. Thank you very much for including me in this important event. And I think using the themes of liberty, equality, connectivity, it really sends a powerful and timely message. And I'll start with those. I'll start with the last one, connectivity. We do have more connectivity, there's no doubt about that, but it's not equal. So we don't have connectivity and equality. And I think I really am building here on the remarks and the facts, the statistics that Comrade Trevor shared with us. The reality is that as connectivity increases and there are more services available online, including public services, these services need more data. People need more expensive devices to use these services. They need smartphones or tablets. And in fact, this just grows the digital divide. So more connectivity doesn't produce more equality between rich and poor. In fact, it creates more inequality. And those that benefit a lot from the internet, there's a much bigger gap between them and those that benefit less than it was, let's say, 20 years ago when we were still struggling for phone access. Secondly, liberty. Do we have more liberty? I think yes and no. I think the internet really is a powerful medium, and it has so much potential. And I think a lot of that potential has been realized. It gives people more voice, more opportunity to speak, to protest, to participate in debate. But, and I think there are 3 buts here that I want us to think about. Firstly, the potential for liberty that the internet brings us is exploited by companies. And we've heard about this. Trevor spoke about commodification. These companies provide services that we use, that people value, but at the same time, they are mining people's data, monitoring our online activity for profit, and even worse, sometimes manipulating this activity. And we saw this very much in the case of the US elections. But there are other cases, such as communal violence in India and Sri Lanka. Companies make money from extremism. They make money from online gender-based violence because extremism generates more hits. And I think this is something we have to keep in mind. So even if internet access is free, as in Mahala, there's still a cost. We are still paying with our privacy, even if we're not paying for our access. We also are paying a human cost. If we look here in South Africa at xenophobia online, for example, it might create more hits on Facebook, but it can cost real lives in the real world. Secondly, the second but, governments are monitoring what people do and say on the internet. And in many cases, when they don't like this, they either shut it down, as many of our neighboring countries have done, particularly during elections, or they restrict it through censorship or through blocking certain applications. In Nigeria, Twitter was blocked for months and months because someone used it to criticize the president. Governments are also making laws that they say is intended to combat misinformation or fight cybercrime, but often these laws just criminalize freedom of expression. We also have many countries where cybersecurity policies are made in the name of national security, but often it's really more about regime security than about the security of the country and its people. And we see this all over our continent. Our government here in South Africa, our government's vision of the internet, I think is still very much divided between, on the one hand, programs to connect everyone, to have broadband access across the country, but on the other hand, preoccupation with the fourth industrial revolution, for example, with state-of-the-art technologies and programs that actually can just increase the gap between ICT haves and have-nots. And in fact, in South Africa, our fundamental challenge is social and economic inequality, and we'll never really be able to benefit fully from the internet if that is not challenged. Thirdly, and I think this is important for us, for the people in this space, hybrid and face-to-face, virtual and face-to-face, voice does not equal power. Tweeting is not the same as organizing. If we want to achieve freedom through using the internet and on the internet, we need movements, like we've always needed movements. We need local bottom-up access and control. We need organizations, advocacy groups, research groups. We need to create our own content, build our own websites, register our own domains, build our own local internet networks, such as community networks or through small businesses. We also need to share. I think the internet started with the spirit and culture of sharing, and we've lost that. We need to share devices, share computers, have access in public spaces, in schools and community centers and churches and libraries. And we need to make use of open source software, build our own skills and understanding the technology so that we can build it ourselves. The dominance of big companies with state-of-the-art applications on the internet creates a kind of a shadow. It disempowers people. And I think we have to reconnect with the power that we can have and that we can use if we really have more control over this technology. And I'm getting to the end now. I think there are solutions. They're not easy. But we need the internet, firstly, to be recognized and governed locally and globally as a commons, as a public good. There's a process taking place in the United Nations next year called the Global Digital Compact. And I think there's a consultation process that is open until 30 September this year. And we can use that process to put our positions on the table to say we believe the internet should be protected and recognized as a public good. We also need to collaborate with government, because we do need government to play a role in protecting internet freedom by holding companies accountable, demanding that they are transparent about how they use our data. We need regulators such as ICASA to ensure that costs are affordable, that there's fair competition, not monopolies such as those described by Trevor. They are responsible for user rights. And even if we're not happy with what they are doing at the moment, we shouldn't disengage. We should engage with them, hold them accountable. We need them to make licenses available for community networks, for local GSM networks, where people can make free calls on their cell phones in their village or in their community or in their school. We also need to work with our other institutions, our information regulator, the South African Human Rights Commission. If we don't use this institutional framework, we will lose it. We do not need governments to make too many rules and regulations that limit people's freedom and their ability to speak and organize on the internet. We don't need government to protect us or to create national borders around the internet. And therefore, I think engaging actively with policy, as the Right to Know campaign did so effectively several years ago, is extremely important. The power of the internet is in its globalness and in how people use it in their daily lives, and in their struggle for democracy and freedom, and also just to be human, to connect with one another, to watch sport. And I think that's the beauty of this medium, is that it is a tool for justice, for struggle, but it's also just a tool for us being human and connecting with one another as humans. Our power is people's power. And I think this really means not sitting back. Don't be overwhelmed by the trends Trevor discovered and that I'm reaffirming, Trevor discussed and that I'm restating. We can take action. We can demand that the internet is a platform for democracy, for learning, for knowledge sharing. And we can do that by proactively engaging government and struggling for policy, but we can also do it ourselves in how we engage, how we take ownership, how we create content, build movement through the internet, build our own community networks, and try and re-engage and celebrate this utopian potential that Comrade Erna mentioned would be the topic of my talk. So back to you, and I really look forward to following as much of the discussion today as we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Comrade Andre. There was some hand clapping here in the Cape Town venue. From the Forge in Joburg, we are joined by Razikan Maharaj. The theme of the talk from the comrade is a brief political economy. The comrade is from the Institute for the Economic Research on Innovation and will be taking us deeper into the theme for today. Welcome to the comrades at the Forge. Are you with us?
So greetings, comrades. I'm sorry I'm standing here at the back. It's also a little bit of dissonance where we try to coordinate between what needs to be on the screen and what's going to be transmitted.
We can see you, comrades, but we can't hear you. We can see the screen.
Okay. Can you hear us now? Hello, comrades. Can you hear us now?
Yes.
Loud and clear.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And thanks for the introduction. And I do have some slides that we are going to be trying to share as well. So, you know, for us as real people sitting here, as opposed to the digital media, if you don't mind and excuse me, I'll be moving up and down just to make sure. So please, it's not me being rude, it's just trying to fit us in practically, yeah? So if the comrades would put up the slide presentation. Oh.
Yeah, signal. Maybe stand where it is.
Middle.
Yeah, where it is, yeah.
Yeah, this is fine, yeah? Excellent. So comrades, if you don't mind, then you're going to be looking at a screen in front of me at the Forge, and I'll be speaking, so you'll be hearing the sound come through, if that's all right. Yeah. So I think it'll be easier here then, if that's all right. Yeah. So comrades, I've organized the talk. It's quite extensive, but I'm not going to be going through all of the slides in absolute detail. I hope that the comrades keep the slides and the text that's in it to allow us a sense of the content that I want to share. And if it's all right, if I can move. Yeah, and that's how it's structured. I'm going to start moving through. So there's many things that have been raised by the two comrades that have spoken already, as well as the introduction to today's session. And there's a lot of resonance with what's been raised already with the materials I'm going to be presenting. Yeah, so for us to start with, it's important, as the comrades have recognized already, we live in a combined, uneven, yet common world. Yeah, and so once we see the screen itself, comrades, yeah, if that's all right, yeah. So, comrades, I'm sorry it doesn't come across as clearly, but if you look at the graphic, the graph, you'd see the population status of different parts of the world. That's what those lines indicate. They also give you a sense at the pace at which the populations in different parts of the world are growing. You'd see, of course, that the two blue lines on the top indicate components of the Asian population, or those that are located in Asia itself. Yeah. But as you come down that, if you look at the third line on that graph, comrades, that's us in Southern Africa. And you see the sharpness of the curve at which our population is growing relative to all the others, which are almost straightening out, if not tending towards negative growth. So in other words, a huge amount of the future population of the world is going to be based on our continent of Africa itself. The graphic next to that indicates, to the best available information we have, the size of the economies. And you'd notice on that, right at the top of that circle, is the entire output of Africa, measured in capitalist terms. Inside that, I hope comrades pay attention. South Africa is only the third and slipping down largest economy in Africa. It's quite an important point that we take note of as well. So from that very harsh statistic, let's move on a little bit. A while ago, in 1996, when talk of the internet and the future being digital was quite resonant amongst people, a key question being asked by those activists pushing forward the ideas of the internet and ensuring connectivity was the negative impact of government on the performance of the internet itself. And that's where John Perry Barlow made a famous declaration of independence of cyberspace. Yeah, you'd note there, John Perry Barlow was asking for government to step aside and to allow a people's sovereignty. Well, if we fast forward from 1996 to our present, you know, the words of John Perry Barlow have actually been borne out. In other words, today, we don't see very much of government other than those such as the People's Republic of China. What we do see is the dominance of these firms, Google, Facebook, Alibaba, Tencent, yeah, that dominate the entire landscape of the internet itself. So in other words, this perverse way in which the private sector has come to occupy the internet itself is quite an important feature of our current situation. Yeah. And you'd see this also then in terms of the percentage of the population. This is from 2 years ago, published by the International Telecommunications Union. So it's based on official statistics. Yeah, so this is what the governments tell the UN organization ITU, how much of the population is using the internet. And you'd look at across that graphic, you look at the world systems that are being displayed there, and you'd see the correspondence, especially in terms of Africa, which has very low percentage participation. Some of the reasons comrades have already raised, especially from Comrade Trevor earlier. Then we look at the total population using the internet. And this one, comrades, it's not based on official data. This is based on the trends. And you'd see the link to the site, and you can go there for updates on this data. But the estimate as we move towards a population, in November, the United Nations suggests our world population will be 8 billion people. Yeah. So currently, according to this data, 5.25 billion people use the internet worldwide. That's now 2/3 of the global population. Yeah. But look across the span. Africa is a continent of 1.3 billion people. Yeah, but we only represent 11.5% of those using the internet. Yeah, 601 million people in Africa, according to this data. And then the dominance again of the main firms that operate. You know, this also gives you a sense of the different systems at play. Facebook, I think most people are very familiar with it, and you'd see the blue across representing Facebook as the major social platform or social network being utilized. So that's most of the world is covered by Facebook. Because of the particular infrastructure and regime in the People's Republic of China, WeChat occupies that space, and VK is the operator in the Russian Federation at present. Instagram only has a small presence, and that's also due largely in part to the impact of sanctions on some of the countries. But comrades, as Henriette was saying earlier as well, we continue inside the internet to generate more and more data. So here's a snapshot. This is also from a private sector firm called Domo that measures how much of data is being produced. Now, comrades, if you look at that, every 1 minute of the day, TikTok users watch 167 million videos. Now, remember, if this is thinking of it as a pipeline, the pipeline through which we enter the internet has to cover all of this data that's moving through it. So it's quite important then that the infrastructure that we have in place has the capacity, has the electricity, the energy system that allows it to work first. And then within it has sufficient space for all of this. I mean, you look at those Zoom, maybe some people are using that, while at the same time Netflix, YouTube, right across the system there. Facebook itself, there's a difference between how many people are viewing Facebook and those uploading 240,000 photos a minute. That's a significant amount. And comrades can see right across the system the extent to which how much more data intensive the internet is actually becoming. Yeah. But comrades, if we pause a little, part and parcel of us returning to utilizing or appreciating that we as people can bring about changes that improve our quality of life. And in fact, because of the ecological catastrophe confronting us all, our very survival is driven by the narratives that we tell about the systems that we are inside. And so some interesting work done by a literary theorist which suggests if we use a deterministic portrayal of the internet, you know, and this then frames it as in the internet was created by the United States of America's Department of Defense. And we look at then subsequently what has happened and how even these private sector firms that now have such huge dominance were initially funded by the United States of America government. We'd get a particular view of the internet itself and specifically the World Wide Web. Yeah. And you'd see in this, if using that deterministic narrative framing, we kind of think of it as a mixture between how people caricature a generation from the 60s as being hippies, and their link with something which is very present right to today, the military-industrial complex, the key economic bloc or organization underpinning empire and the United States of America. So in contrast to that more structural view, you have one which is individualistic and personalized, which takes a view of the entrepreneur, the person leading this, as being a hero. Yeah, and in many instances here's where you hear names like Steve Jobs. You even hear the chap who comes from our province, apparently Elon Musk, etc. But apparently, all because of their individual struggles, we today have the internet as it is. Now, both of those, comrades, I want to suggest, sharing the view of Figlerowitz, that these are inadequate to describe where we are today. Rather, we need to pay much more attention to alternative understandings of the evolution of the internet. Why? Because this is where we will also learn of counter-hegemonic projects inside the dominant narrative of the internet and how it spread. This is extremely important for us, especially if we want to grasp and take forward the internet for Mahala perspective. Yeah. To imagine a better version of the world, we must acknowledge these and embrace the fact that the internet that we have today is a consequence of many different experiments taking place, sometimes simultaneously, that come together to give us the internet as it currently exists. There are both revolutionary potentials built into it, but comrades, as it represents capitalism as it currently exists, it largely also transmits to us a balance of power as it exists in capitalism. In other words, it's a version of class society that gets shown back at us. And the points made about affordability feature very strongly in that. Now, what are the implications of these narratives itself? And again, it's quite important from where we are to draw down on what our own history of the internet has been and how it comes to occupy the space that it does. Yeah, very important to remind people, even though it's factually correct to say the Department of Defense paid for the first internet connection in the world. The first two letters that appeared in a direct communication between two computers was the letters L and O. Maybe they also had ESCOM because they couldn't manage the rest of it. It was meant to be log in. Yeah, but the system crashed after the L and O got on the screen. But it showed, it worked, right? And it's quite important then, comrades, as we take this forward, to see how the internet has evolved in South Africa. And I hope to show you that as we move along and time affords us. But critically, how ordinary people started using the internet. And some of you may remember this, especially maybe in my generation being 50 plus. We remember when the computers came to university. Yeah. And I mean this on a mass scale. We had laboratories that were set up, but we only had so few computers on the screens, and not all of us at the university could go and use the computer at the same time. So we needed to book time on it. And that time sharing became a core part of how what we have today as this huge infrastructure came into being. You see that importance of that lesson of thinking of this system as one of flexibility, of interaction, of a commons, rather than a privatized workspace, which we are currently told is the internet, yeah, has kind of been removed from our memory itself. I leave this slide on because it explains why also it's very important for us to have a mindset shift to help us take forward a free internet process itself. Yeah. So, comrades, as I'm sure all are aware, we coincide today with a historic event a few centuries back in France. And often people raise issues, and I think we've seen it on the flyers as well, about liberty, egalitarianism, and fraternity. We often forget the issue of the guillotine. So comrades, I'm reminding you of the guillotine this time, but this time with respect to how we understand where we've come from and where we go forward. It's a captivity of the mind that's also important. And the way in which the narrative around the internet, the way in which it's being described in economic terms, is a capitalist rendition of the internet. And it's important us recognizing it is not the only version of the internet or how we come, and utilizing the tools of political economy, how we understand relations of production in society itself helps better explain and inform the political struggle we need to be involved in. So I don't think I need to, with our audience itself, go through all of these details itself, but it's important that we appreciate the internet, even though it's digital, it's out there as an intangible. Comrades, it has a materiality. It affects us in our material lives. Our lives are even being governed through tools that emanate from and that are based on the internet itself. So comrades can make note of it. Christian Fuchs, who is one of the most progressive theorists around the internet, around communications technology, around information itself, sees as a key contributor the work of Smythe. And I would encourage comrades to look at this in much more detail as we move ahead. Yeah. But Fuchs also summarizes for us the functions of the media under capitalism. And there's a lot of resonance with what's being raised here theoretically with the points raised by Comrade Trevor earlier. Yeah. And that the object of pushing forward and using the internet in the form that it is really to drive capital accumulation in the media as an industry itself. Important recognizing it's not just the relationship you'll see later, yeah? Because through this medium, we see marketing taking place, advertising, public relations, the way in which sales are being promoted. Yeah? And this goes across all the sectors, all the other industries, then utilize the internet as the means through which these ideas are diffused into society. Comrades, in this, those last two bullets are so important. They relate to the guillotine point I made. Yeah, it's through this mechanism then that domination and ideological manipulation gets legitimized. We treat it as memes. We smile about these things. We joke about it. People are dying as a consequence, comrades. It's also through this mechanism that the entire power relations of society, class society, gets reproduced, regenerated, and in fact, power gets qualified through it. Yeah. Capitalism then also has a fetish associated with this. It is alienated from those that are producing. It alienates the product of what's being produced. So in that instant, it also affects those comrades working in the sector called, or the internet-based sectors, including media as well. Yeah, and the commodification of this has deeper implications in addition to what Comrade Trevor has raised. And here I draw your attention particularly to that point. When you click on something on the internet, you now as a consumer, you are taking over the role also of a producer. You, in other words, are creating the content that you are then paying to access yourself. Hence, you'll see that term that many are now using, prosumer. That's the way in which this commodification has been intensified itself. Yeah. So, comrades, very much in keeping with what has been raised much earlier on in the session itself. Yeah. Capitalism and the internet are working in concert. And what I mean by this, capitalism is being reproduced, utilizing the mechanism of the internet to transmit its ideas and to ensure its hegemony. Yeah. So comrades, as we unpack the work and especially as we determine ways forward from this, you know, here's Fuchs' work where he draws out the salient elements around which our analysis at least has to pay attention to. Yeah. And I would ask, if you don't mind, we are quite familiar with most of the points right up to point E. And it's really from point E that we have to make a much bigger effort in South Africa to connect the struggles taking place over day-to-day issues and bring it to bear on even the future of the internet in South Africa. Otherwise, the internet will merely be a reflection of class society and those power relations played back at us. Yeah. So here, a slight pause as I encourage you just to play a little bit of a thought experiment. We've now come to appreciate and understand the origins of all of our 8 billion fellow human beings, the people with whom we share this planet, the people who make us people itself, yeah, have their origins on this continent called Africa. And if we ask ourselves, where are the intellectual property receipts from things like fire, stone tools, stone axes, etc., where would the rest of the world have been? And it's very important we bear this in mind as we have more and more people clapping their hands for tighter intellectual property, whereas over the last 2 years, the vaccine apartheid has shown us what happens when you commodify what should be public goods and services and turn them into privately appropriable services. Again, comrades, I won't take you through this. This now goes into deep lecture theory. But just to give you a sense, when we look at us in the long span of history, we must locate these changes that are taking place through the internet inside it. Yeah? And our history, as in those of the global South, was on insertion into a world system. Comrades, no matter how many people go and live in the global North and now carry mandates from organizations there, we have not turned this over between the global North and global South. And those major contradictions continue throughout and persist today. You know, when we talk of post-colonialism, comrades, I'm sure all of you would maybe note, we have more of a neo-colonial situation than a post-colonial situation. We have new instances of power relations being shaped, but they keep us in negative, in other words, unequally connected to the world. And it's not just me raising this.
Comrade, excuse me, comrade. Sorry, comrade, if just a time check, if you could wrap up in the next 4 minutes, please, just so that we could have 10 minutes for comments and questions. Thank you, comrade.
Sure, and my apologies, Comrade Curry. I'm going to go much more rapidly through these, but a key point, just reminding you, this is nothing new. All of us know this itself, but how does this feature in the discourse that we are involved in? Yeah, the huge gap and why we are asked to catch up is premised on underdevelopment that's visited upon Africa on the basis of our unequal insertion into world systems. The overdevelopment in the global North, Western Europe, North America, and Japan, arises from the underdevelopment of the global South. It's a zero-sum game, comrades. There isn't something else that we can fit into that mix itself. And so it's important then also connecting, as much as we can be anti-imperialist, the anti-colonial struggles from which we came and which we need to persist on, because the internet is a mechanism through which those colonial unequal relations are being extended. And so when we see how the internet evolves in South Africa, comrades, it's an encouragement for me to look at it within a type of way of understanding. A political economy sets a pace, but there's a dominant ideology underpinning that political economy itself. Yeah. And in many instances, even where there have been attempts at progressive transformation, point made by Henriette, we need to be really careful about being sucked into policy discussions which merely serve to legitimize the ideological framing within which those policies are shaped. Yeah. And for this, comrades, we can use the official documents of government itself. So we have a national infrastructure plan that Comrade Market shared with everyone on this site itself. Yeah. You would see in this a huge amount of concessions that are being made. The third bullet point says, while South Africa is far off from the National Development Plan's goals at 2021, the 2030 goals remain in place. Comrades, how can it be that we are so far off the goals last year, but those goals remain the same? Shouldn't it actually demand of us to change the goals to then include the parts that are not working and to come up with mechanisms that fix them? You'd see the 7 points being listed there. All 7 of those points, comrades, were meant to have been dealt with previously. Now, these are the points that are being raised back on the agenda again. Now, when it comes to the material realities we are inside, even this National Infrastructure Plan acknowledges these things. It recognizes that things are not working. There's been very poor progress on digital enablement of government services. I'm sure any comrade that goes to Department of Home Affairs now recognizes this as well. You know, we now find out that switches and certain certificates were not updated. This isn't something we need to have a policy discussion about. It's something that should have been fixed. Was it being done deliberately so that government in that instance and the state-owned enterprises were set up for failure as opposed to being the instrument through which that deployment of broadband could have been possible? I'm at the close to the end, comrade. You know, and again, I would encourage all to read through the detail. I won't be able to say it all out to you, but this is a litany of failures. And this is not being written as a left-wing Marxist or otherwise critique. This is inside the very government document published by the government printers. And it concedes to all these changes. The key shock for me is, having gone through all of this, the argument is government needs to work with the private sector to deliver this. It's that very same link with the private sector that's caused the failure itself, yet we are being told that government has no capacity, capability, or competence to deliver. So, comrades, and I hope these points then pick up on what the comrades have raised earlier and hopefully through the rest of the discussion. Just 3 main conclusions. The one is we have to locate the discussion of the internet inside an engagement about a global knowledge commons. We are here today because of the knowledges of our ancestors passed on to us and through which we predict today and the future from it. Yeah? But that knowledge is being enclosed. And once it's enclosed, it becomes appropriable. In other words, someone gets to make money off that knowledge itself. We must also never forget this, and we can't in terms of our location. Yeah? Our way of seeing the world, our ways, it's a plural, comrades, of seeing the world have been extinguished. The modernity that we are told that we are heading towards is premised on a singular, totalizing version of the world, which is West European and after the occupation of North America. Yeah. So, comrades, a final point for me then, recognizing the internet as a general purpose infrastructure, then requires of us to recognize it as the carrier of high quality. It shouldn't be something that gets dumped. Public goods and services that are universally accessible. This should be public goods and services, comrades. There's a lot more references, and thank you very much, Comrade Emma. And I'm sorry I ran over the time.
No, comrade, thank you very much for that. Sobering. Thank you very much, Comrade Rasigan, for that sobering, intensive, informative, and definitely brief political economy of the internet. Thank you to all 3 our speakers so far. A lot of input to take in, and in our next session that's supposed to start at 11:30 after our break, we move on. The session is dealt with mapping the terrain of a free internet. And next up, we'll be having our next panel of speakers, connecting everyone. But we will take 10 to 15 minutes, cutting in a little bit into our break between 11 and 11:30, to take comments, questions on the input so far. First up, we have Comrade Turong, I think, who wanted to make a comment. If Comrade Mark is correct, but if you would like to comment, and yeah, please raise your hand if you would like to comment or question.
Maybe I should code the signal. No, it's okay. All right, thanks a lot, comrade. Greetings to, thanks, Comrade Travashaku.
Comrade Turaning Chogat, please go ahead. You have
Yes,
the
and
floor of the room.
Miss Andriette, I think Esther Hazen, as well as Rasigan Maharaj. Yeah, good presentation, very informative. As it is at a level of more like
And Jobo, comrades, if you can put on your camera so we can all see who's speaking.
oh yes, yes. Oh yes, where should I stand? And face there? Okay, thank you. Let me take this off. Greetings and salutations. Okay, nobody responds. Okay, it's fine.
Greetings, comrade. We just
Greetings, comrade.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, no, the challenge we have, I mean, I'm happy, you know, for this kind of an initiative. It is long overdue, given the conference that was held, I think, in Tunisia in 1996, which Rasigan Maharaja spoke about. Yeah, so in the south of the southern tip of the southern hemisphere, in South Africa in particular, we've got a serious challenge regarding the issue of connectivity, regulations, legal, technical, engineering, and regulatory issues. Because presently in South Africa, we've got like 6 departments that regulate the space, from ICASA, Department of Communications, USASA, you name them, in the Department of Science and Technology, you've got MDDA and many, many others in the space. Even within also us, the NGO sector, there's a beauty contest among ourselves, like the Christians, you know, instead of us coming together to solve this issue, because the issue of the internet and access is no longer a luxury. It's one of the basic necessities, just like water, electricity, housing, and education, you see. So our government for the past decade, exactly the past decade, we had more than 13 to 14 ministers of communications, you know, starting from Ivy Matsipeka Saburi, Spuenya, and you know, Nomvula Mukwenyana, you name them, Stella Ndabeni, Unfaithful Mutambi, and many, many others, you know, that we had. And each time each minister tries to do something, then she's gone or he's gone, you know, and then we've got a new minister now, and we've got a new minister next year, and they are, so there's no political will. And the industry of ICT in South Africa, it is largely owned by a white South African male under the age of 49 years, take it or leave it. And South Africa is predominant, that is why it produced Elon Musk, of course, from Pretoria to the United States. In South Africa, we've got 2 economies, the first and the second economy. The issue of the access, I think Comrade Trevor touched it, that the middle class, the upper middle class, they can access, no problem. But yeah, we've been fighting this struggle for many years, that the poor people are subsidizing the luxury of the rich people. Because if Vodacom has got 21 million subscribers who are on prepaid, who are spending more than 90 cents per unit to make a call, and the people on contract who belong to the first economy spending 30 cents per unit. You see, the rich are already, and they are also getting free weekend minutes, plus 2,500 Rand voucher from game and an extra cell phone handset for signing up for a contract. You see, and then the poor, they don't get those benefits. And now here, our organization, Communication Access Organization of South Africa, we are working in poor rural communities of this country. There's 5 rural provinces: Northern Cape, Free State, Northwest, Mpumalanga, Limpopo, and what? Limpopo, yeah. Limpopo, and those 5, not the coastal provinces. There's nothing there. There's nothing. It's really a challenge for people to connect there. So I thought maybe I should just comment, you know, because we've got a serious challenge. And I think it's about time that we come together. I have not spoken about the issue of the infrastructure, network infrastructure of the broadband, which is practically impossible from Uppington to Kimberley, which is 400 kilometers in one province. You know, it's like from Johannesburg to Lesotho in one province, you know, so there's no network infrastructure there. You know, I mean, you go to Kwazulu-Natal, it's very difficult, no network infrastructure. I mean, ICASA alone allowed the operators to deploy their own infrastructure. That is why they are digging holes everywhere, in pavements, everywhere. Because of that is not right. That space must be regulated, you know, because the very same people who are providing network, they are the one who are providing the network infrastructure. Like the new network operators who coming into the game, they will ride on either Vodacom or MTN network infrastructure. And Vodacom can manipulate that or anything. But we see these mobile network operators, they are not serious about us connecting. They're busy spending money on soccer and tennis and swimming, you know, instead of making sure that the people connect. So this is a brief comment. I wanted to engage more, but I don't want to monopolize the, you know, the discussions. Thanks a lot for the opportunity.
Thank you, comrade. Thank you for your input, comrade. We've got a couple of minutes more. If any comrade would like to make a comment or any questions to the speakers.
We have one comment from Muiketsi from Right to Know.
Thank you. Should I also face that side? No, I think I'm okay here. Okay, thank you. And I think the 3 presentations have laid a basis for our discussion for today, especially by, I think, Comrade Trevor's presentation and the last presentation that looks at the political economy, I think are very important because let me start from the last presentation, especially when it talks to the way we perceive internet as it is, the deterministic and the alternative perceptions. So if it is predetermined in terms of how we understand the way internet runs and what is done in the whole universe of the internet, I think if we use that as a lens of understanding the space, I think it would be detrimental if we don't understand the alternative ways of understanding this. I'm saying this because if the way Comrade Trevor is putting it, by putting forward the stats of how the economy is putting pressure, especially on, I think he said over 50.1% of people who are not earning proper salaries. I think the whole narrative would be created, and people wouldn't come up with how would I put it? I mean, people wouldn't be innovative in terms of their approach to the internet. If the whole Africa is the cradle for humankind, and we might say most of the innovation came from Africa, but the deterministic way is feeding us to understand internet as something that comes from the global north. And that would mean everyone would want to use internet, not to bring or to be a producer in the internet space. So I think the presentations really made it very clear for me, and it laid the basis for the discussion that we're going to have today. And we have to emphasize the issue of infrastructure, because mainly the global south doesn't have that much of the infrastructure, and the global north, as it is right now, they have all the infrastructure. So it might appear they have a lot of consumption of the internet, but if we had infrastructure, I think we would be on the same level.
Thank you, comrade. Thank you to the comrades in Joburg. Thanks, Comrade Mark. Comrade Noma, I've noted your hand. Just first up, Comrade Martin in Cape Town, and then over to you, Comrade Noma. Thank you.
Comrade Martin is...
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Am I on?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. I think the introductory inputs were all excellent, very informative, very useful, and will definitely inform our response to what is effectively a crisis for the poor. Just on the political economy, though, I was kind of expecting that we would have more specific information about the political economy of the media and specifically internet sector and industry in South Africa, right? We know that communications in South Africa is dominated by a few big players, a few monopolies. It's MTN, Vodacom, Telkom, etc. My sense over the years, and I'm not up to date, but the trend, you know, that the political economy of this industry has followed has been more or less along the lines of the rest of South Africa's political economy, where you've had an arrangement, an agreement between what was predominantly white monopoly capital and the new emerging section black section of the bourgeoisie, mainly through the political hegemony of the ANC. And so for quite a while, you had, for example, our current president, Cyril Ramaphosa, being a significant shareholder in MTN. And now, as I said, I'm not up to date. I'm not too sure if that's still the case. So I think it's important for us to get a more detailed sense of the political economy of our local industry, because this is the blockage for ensuring or campaigning to ensure that communications is, and the internet, etc., is a public good. Because the very government has a vested interest in ensuring continuity of private ownership of communications, where it's clear that, you know, the world, and in South Africa especially, we're all crying out for the internet and data and communications to be a public good, particularly since it's worsening the poverty of the majority of the people of the country. So I think it'd be good to get from Rasigan and others maybe an updated sense of what's happening in the industry, so that this will also inform our campaigning later on, to have a good sense of the blockages to ensuring that the internet becomes a public good for us. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Comrade Martin. Comrade Noma, and then Comrade Marcus, and then Comrade Alroy. So the hands are going up. Please go ahead, Comrade Noma. Please keep it short.
Hi, colleagues. Sorry. Oh, my camera. Good morning, everyone. It's actually good to see so many old comrades. I think, old as I am, looking at some of the struggles that we've had in the past, it seems like it never ends. There's always a new something coming up every day. But from where I am right now, I appreciate some of the comments that were made by the previous speakers. But that said, I would think that some of the things that I would be interested in, which I seemed to miss in terms of the presentation, I think also Enred touched on them, but it would be very much important that when we're talking about the whole issue of free internet, we need to start talking about the concept of free, redefining free. What does free mean? And also we need to look at some of the issues that Martin was talking about right now, because it's a very bigger concern in terms of the issue of monopoly, because the ownership of the communication portals is actually problematic as it is right now. There is not much diversity. It's centralized in the hands of the few. And there is the issue of use. The use is something that we need to also address here. Why do we actually look at it? Why do we want to use it? What is important about it so that it can be actually contextualized? The other issue would be the issue of access. We talk about the internet. All of us sitting here, we've got access to internet. We can actually pay for it, but the majority of the people in this country do not necessarily have access. They pay exorbitant fees just to access bits and pieces of it. The information that they need, that is actually in that platform, is not necessarily accessible. And also linked to that is the issue of infrastructure. I'm sitting in Johannesburg right now, there's no power. And because there's no power, it means that various sections within Johannesburg are quite low on connectivity, purely because we are using Vodacom and everybody else. We cannot use the other systems that are actually dependent on accessibility of power. And once we're using Vodacom again, or Telkom or whoever, there is always a problem in terms of what does it mean in terms of congestion? What does it mean for the average guy who's sitting somewhere in the Eastern Cape or in KZN, where there is not enough of the infrastructure that they can help them access that. And also, when we talk about this issue, we must also understand that the issues around the rapid growth within our own country. Sometimes we apportion blame to government. We also do not actually start understanding or explaining to ourselves, what does it mean that the whole issue around urbanization, the pressure it's putting on some of the issues, what proposals are we putting that would actually ensure that there is equal access to everybody, not just the rich or the poor, but there is equal access to everybody. But the other issue is the whole issue around communication. The truth of the matter is we are struggling with those issues purely because of, again, the infrastructure. There is medias that are out there. There is various systems that people are accessing communication or information through. The average person no longer listens to the television. They use their phone to access information and everything else. But what does it mean for that poor person who actually doesn't have that kind of gadget, who cannot pay for a decent smartphone that would actually ensure that they are able to get access to this information? So there's more to just the internet than just what meets the eye. We need to unpack it so that when we start talking about the issue of the internet, we need to talk about everything else that surrounds the internet so that it's packaged together. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade Norman. We'll just go to, we'll be closing the session at 11:20 for a 10-minute break. So last two hands is Comrade Aure and then Comrade Marcus. Is it okay if Aure goes first? Thank you, thank you.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Fascinating inputs, perspectives, so true and so necessary. You saying I should stop? Fair enough?
Go, Aure.
Okay. So comrades, I want to, I didn't get the name of the comrade at the Forge. I'm assuming it's Comrade Rasigan. When he spoke, it just took me back to the work way a few years ago when the whole behavior of Net1 through cash paymaster services was demonstrated through unlawful deductions of airtime, data, the sale of insurance policies that SASSA beneficiaries did not authorize. So this was theft. This was fraud by a multinational that is New York based with many companies, including, and I've pasted this in Facebook, Cash Paymaster Services, Manje Mobile, EasyPay, that is still seen as a legitimate company, using sophisticated technology in Africa, South Africa, and relative to other countries in Africa, and the lack of adequate understanding of the risks of using the internet, they exploited using those platforms the majority of poor people in South Africa. 17.5 million SASSA beneficiaries were vulnerable. So please read if you can, and this conference is so necessary, almost overdue, in terms of us ensuring that our brothers and sisters understand these risks and act in a manner that is safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much for pointing that out, Comrade Aure. And the file is, the report is available in the chat. Comrade Marcus, please go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, comrades. I'm Marcus Solomon from the Children's Resource Center. And whenever I speak, it's really about children. I think the struggle for Mahala internet is actually very urgent when it comes to children. The media has reduced our children to consumers. Just now, the Children's Resource Center has launched a campaign, The Right of Children to Food. And we've already have 18 organizations that have linked up. So we're going to take up a range of issues, constitutional court, litigation, etc. Children protest. But what is significant, and the point I want to raise here is Child Gauges has brought out a research 2020 Child Gauge, and they've shown that the food industry has reduced our kids to the food that they produce, which is unhealthy. And our kids have become just consumers, KFC, Nando's, but also the huge amount of sugar foods have taken over the market. It's all our kids eat. So besides what the cage calls the double poison of too little food and too much bad food, poor nutrition. So the point I really want to make, and I can go on and on, but the point I think this, as the comment I think Martin has raised, is an excellent input. But I think what is, and I've been to several meetings now, the food scientists, climate scientists, but we've got all this information. What we need really is a campaign to begin to take over we need to take back what belongs to us. Yeah? And I think the comrade Maharaj, what's his name? And that all the inputs are excellent. But I think we need to go beyond that now. Especially the internet needs to be challenged and taken over. Because then the point that one of the colleagues raised, it's an excellent tool for children to enjoy, not only children, of course, communities, sports, culture. But in the case of children, they need to be more than just watching sport, what we've called in the children's movement, passive participation in sports. It's also a tox, it's also a poison unless we begin to use it in a way that's healthy. Children need to look at it, but they need to be on the streets. Our kids have got the highest rates of obesity. My point, comrades, is basically, let us start start the campaign to take over, or take back, not over, to take back the internet. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Comrade Marcus, and that brings to a wrap our session for mapping the terrain. Thank you very much to the speakers, and especially for the inputs afterwards, looking at bringing up the points of looking specifically at South Africa and what that terrain is, looking specifically at how people in South Africa and why they use the internet. How can we get access to the working class and poor? Looking at the impacts of the internet, looking at population growth and urbanization, and as we close off with the detrimental impacts of consumer internet on our children and our youth and exploitation. So comrades, thank you very much for your attention. We're going to be taking a break until
15 minutes.
Let's make it a 15-minute break. Till quarter to 12, and then we'll come back with our next session, connecting everyone. Only running 15 minutes late. Comrades, thanks for your patience and enjoy the break.
Time did we say we're back at? 11:45.
Tea, coffee, and some snacks at night. Some people And inspiring.
Hi, Rispa.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm not sure if you can hear me too.
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I didn't manage. I hope my lighting is a little bit better because I couldn't find the what you call this Zoom specialized fast tools here because my PC uses an
No, your
old.
light is
Sorry.
not to worry at all. Your light is well.
Okay.
We can see you really well.
Okay, great. Okay, great.
I'm saying not to worry at all. Your light is okay.
Okay. I will be sharing
Yeah.
my screen anyways.
So guys, all right. I think we will be starting in a few minutes. Hello, Mark. Are we able to start now?
Please go for it, Rispa.
Great. Thank you so much. I would like to confirm that all our panelists are on board, so that we can kick off this session. Yes, I can see our panelists here. So hello and welcome everybody to this very special dialogue. And thank you for joining us from wherever and whichever time zone you're connecting from. Looking forward to engagement. And also thank you to our panelists who have joined us. We look forward to a fairly exciting time of discussing aspects of connecting everyone. My name is Rispa Akinyi, and I'm based in Nairobi, Kenya. I am the Gender and Community Engagement Coordinator at Tunapandanet Community Network, and I will be your moderator for today. So the session for this hour is connecting everyone, and connecting everyone as a way to respond to the struggle for mahala or a free internet. And from our previous session, it was well brought out that the internet is no longer a luxury. It is crucial to the functioning of modern life, and also a fundamental right that enables other rights, and serves as an economic multiplier, creating decent jobs and delivering services to address issues that arise either socially and even economically. And from this we see that over 40% of people still don't have internet access, and only 8.3% of households have access to high-speed broadband. And this is according to Statista. And understanding the importance of connected communities, especially with the changes that the pandemic has brought on, enabling access for all is now more critical than ever. And to contribute further to this discussion, we have a great lineup of industry thought leaders when it comes to connecting everyone. But before I introduce them, I have I'll just reiterate some of the housekeeping items that were covered earlier in the previous session. So just to mention that the chat box is very open. I will encourage you to send in whatever question or comments or clarifications you may have. This will be picked up and addressed to the relevant persons. Also, those will be these questions will be answered at the very tail end of this of the session. And we have about 45 minutes for Q&A to dig a little deeper into the insights the speakers are going to share with us today. Also, sometimes they are really difficult to understand terms or acronyms that for people who work in this space, it comes like a second nature, but to others, they are not so. They're not very easy to understand. So if there's something you don't understand, just say it on the chat and we will address that question. It's really important that no one is left behind in this conversation. Another thing is kindly remember to mute your microphone so that you don't interrupt anyone who is talking, and let's enjoy the session while at it. I definitely commend Yetu Infotech Collective for putting together a very balanced and diverse panelist, and also thank you to the sponsors of this session and also the speakers who are with us. Without any further ado, I'd like to kick off things by welcoming our first panelist, Tapiwa Chinembiri. I'm so sorry if I butcher your name. Tapiwa Chinembiri is a researcher at Research ICT Africa with a special interest in Africa mobile pricing and affordability. He focuses on populating pricing portals, quantitative research, support analysis and modeling for policy papers and reports, as well as participating in research and consulting projects for research institutes, Research ICT Africa. He will be taking us on a topic on the impact of COVID on connectivity. Tapiwa, over to you.
Thank you so much, Rispa. I hope everyone can hear me. Yourself?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thanks so much for the introduction, and thanks so much to the attendees of this panel. So I would like to share my screen so that we can discuss the topic that I have. So let me know if you can see my screen.
Yes, you can see your screen.
Okay, so, okay, here we go. So, I would like to talk about the COVID impact on connectivity. So my name is Tapiwa Shinepiri, as indicated by RISPA. I work for Research ICT Africa, and it's based in Cape Town. So currently I'm seated in Zimbabwe, and I just want to indicate the what we will be talking about. So an overview of what I'll be talking about is the after access survey. So the after access is a survey that we conduct. So probably one of the most flagship projects that we do here at Research ICT Africa. And then after that, I will walk through the Retail African Mobile Pricing Index. And then lastly, I will talk about the phone survey that we conducted at Research ICT Africa. So I will just need to give a background in this case. According to the after access surveys, one of the main findings is that people are offline because of the data costs and the lack of internet enabled devices, which are smartphones. And we found that in South Africa, to put this into perspective, among the countries that we surveyed, we found that 53% of the South African population was connected to the internet as at 2017, 2018 after access. So this gives us a brief background of the dynamics that we had pre-COVID-19. And then one of the main things that we are also finding in the data analysis is what has been termed the digital inequality paradox, which is sadly an increase, in as much as there has been an increase in internet access, we have found that it has actually amplified the digital gap. In this case, the difference between those connected and those who are not connected. You'd find that as we get more people online, the gap is being amplified in terms of more services being provided online, and those who are not online cannot have access to such services. So to give just a background in this case, we see that in relation to the countries that we conducted the after access surveys, I just made this to show the internet connection in terms of households that actually had access, as a 2017, 2018, and we could see that South Africa had about 11%, which was actually the highest, followed by Kenya. In this case, with the least being in Mozambique and Tanzania, at 1% of the population of the households having access to the internet. But one of the main important things to look at is the mobile phone ownership, and internet use. So there is a difference between the access to the internet and the actual usage in terms of people being able to use the facilities that are available. And so what I did here, I overlaid this by GNA per capita, which is the general, the gross national income in in the economy, and then we divide that by population per capita. So we see some form of similar trend, you know, in terms of the one which is the internet use in this case, and then the one which is in black. We can see some relationship within the line that we have overlaid in this case. And then in South Africa, I think, so we did this in Latin America and Africa. So I just put in this case, most of the countries that we did in combined, you know. And what we see here is that in South Africa, we had 53% of the individuals having access to the internet. And there is a relationship with the increase in the GNI. Per capita. So this happens per country, and we had the list in Mozambique where only 10% of their people had access to the internet, and then 27% in Kenya. If we look at the gender dynamics, we see that South Africa had the least gap. In this case, we have the internet access by the percentage of men who access the internet, and then we subtract that for women, and then we divide by the base, which is men, and then we multiply by 100 to get the gap. And then if we see here, you can see that we have 12% in South Africa, and then the least gap was actually in Colombia. In this case, we had negative gaps, where actually in Colombia, we had more women having access to the internet compared to men. So this is the gap that we have. And we see that it's actually quite high in countries like Rwanda, and Mozambique and Nigeria as well. The gap between men and women who are actually connected. And what we see basically is that more men have access to the internet compared to women. And then we also try to understand the urban-rural divide between internet use. And what we see as well in South Africa, I think South Africa is quite at a place where we can see here that we had 36 percentage points difference between men and women who access the internet, and the highest gap was actually in Mozambique. And this could be related to infrastructure, you know, in terms of rural mobile coverage in general. So we have the problems of telephone, like actual call network, mobile network coverage, and then internet becomes a little bit narrow. And then we see now that most of the people access the internet through smartphones. And what we have from the after access survey in this case is the types of mobile phones. We see that the basic phones were quite high in Kenya, followed by actually Senegal, Kenya and Senegal. And then we had one in South Africa where 30% of the people use basic phones. But then now when it comes to smartphones, you see that we have got a higher percentage of smartphone ownership in South Africa at 47%, which is quite important in identifying the dynamics and the issues that fall in terms of how people actually get to access the internet. And then through public Wi-Fi, you could see that most of the people actually never access the internet through public Wi-Fi. So we advocate for increasing access to the internet through public platforms. Like the government should at least increase the Wi-Fi spots in Africa. But then we have got what we call the Retail African Mobile Pricing Index. I manage the database here at our work, and what we do basically with this database is that we track the mobile pricing for each and every mobile network operator in Africa. And in doing so, we just try to understand the dynamics and the changes that happen in the prices. And what we see, I just want to put South African perspective here in rand prices to say that there has been a campaign, you know, from Data Master 4 in South Africa. So what we do is that we gather the 1 GB basket in rand, and we see that the one which has been offered by Telkom here has been the cheapest at 79 rand. And then Virgin Mobile stopped operating in 2021 last year in November. And so see a decrease in, so the general trend is that what we see is that there have been a decrease in the mobile pricing. And we would like to relate this to the Competition Commission in 2019 December, which made a ruling that the data the data prices must come down in South Africa, and then consequently we had the lockdown in March 2020 due to COVID. But what we see as well is that the mobile network operators effectively put into effect the ruling by the Competition Commission in March or so, which was coincidental with the lockdown. So the reduction in data prices, was actually not as a result of COVID, but as a result of what the Competition Commission had ruled earlier on, which we see here in 2020 Q1 here, the reduction in price of Vodacom and the big players. And then we had a recent spectrum allocation in South Africa, which we are expecting that data will go down. So in relation to other countries, what we do, we collect the prices in local currency, and then we change we convert the currencies to the USD prices.
It's in the end.
Hello? So what we see here is that we have got the top performers, which are 5. So we rank these according to their prices in USD. And then we took the bottom 14 here. Bottom 14, and South Africa is actually ranked 34 out of 47 countries, which is actually quite poor performance in terms of the data prices. And then we see the cheapest in Sudan, but unfortunately they can't. So MTN Sudan offers the cheapest data bundle, which is at 0.9 cents, which is less than $1 per GB, valid for a month. But unfortunately, because of the political environment there, they are not able to utilize this because of internet outages. And then last year, we conducted a phone survey. And what we did here was we were trying to find the digital intersectional inequalities from the demand side perspective. And I will just quickly browse through this so that we can just have a perspective of what were the main findings from this. So we used the random digit dialing method to collect this data, and then we did the sampling based on the market share after getting this from the ICASA. And
then, sorry, Tapiwa. Sorry, Gabriel, kindly mute your microphone. And to all the participants, let's remember to mute our microphone to give the speakers a humble time. Thank you. Go ahead, Tapiwa.
Thank you, Rispa. So we conducted a mobile phone survey, and it was actually nationally representative. And I will just show the higher level findings in the interest of time on what we got from this. So we were mostly interested in this case for the sake of this presentation to look at how people have been using digital tools to access the internet or to conduct their daily activities, And we have been interested in also looking at the devices that they used. So we can see that more women used smartphones in this case, and then for South Africa. So these are the findings for what we see in South Africa. And then we were sort of like trying to see if the results can be regurgitated from what we find in the after access. And we find a very significant increase in smartphone ownership in this case, from 46 to 91%. From actually rather the phone survey gives the one which is in red in this case. We're just trying to see which device was the most used in this case, and you'd find that the phone survey shows that most of the people used smartphones in this case. In terms of device gap, we see that there is a gap between urban and rural. The one which is in black, 71% of smartphone owners are actually urban dwellers, and then only 29% in rural. And then we see the access to the internet as well, between those who used smartphones and those who used other devices across age for those 16 to 34 and then 35 and above. And South Africa, one of the most talked about issue in South Africa is the differences in the racial disparities. And we can see here, because of the historical apartheid in South Africa, we see that most of the white population actually had access to the internet compared to the blacks. And the one which we see in terms of Indian has been attributed to the least number of participants that we got from the Indian population, which could only 28%. But so this is one of the challenges that we found in the survey. And then, so as we reported from the after access, this is what we see, and then we try to see how people were actually using this. So the internet usage, you see that there's still a gender gap in internet use between men and women across, where 57% of men access the internet compared to 49% of women, and 61% of urban participants having access to the internet compared to rural participants. And then in terms of use of devices or online use of devices for work, this is what we see, that those who were, most of the people were actually using mobile devices for them to be able to learn from home and work from home. But most of the people on this graph is that what we see is that most of the people were actually unable to work from home due to the nature of their work. And what I do here is to show the vulnerability of Black women, the disparities in terms of those in blue, to see that they were not much involved in regular or casual work, but more in self-employed or running a business. So these are the people who were into selling their products. And the most affected group was actually the women, where we see the white and the Indian actually non-performing in this kind of jobs. And then we can see that most people were actually using this kind of services for online shopping during lockdown, because most of the context that we're giving in our survey was actually in lockdown using the cell phone. And we could see that this is, most people were actually following COVID-19 news updates, online to see the changes that have been happening. And then South Africa had a contact tracing app, which was mostly popular among women and urban dwellers as well as the youth. So we did a policy brief, which is actually available online and could be provided for those who could be interested to see. So this was a contact tracing app where people could be accessing information on COVID. And then lastly, what we see here is just basic access to instant messaging and social media use, according to different categories of these age groups. And you could see that most people were actually accessing the services, in South Africa. Probably those who had access to the internet were actually utilizing this. And what we see basically is that those who were actually offline could not be able to access this. Yet there is more COVID-induced increase in the internet access. So basically, lastly, RISPA, is that what we see is that there are adverse impacts, in terms of women use of this. So most of the work that we do, we are just trying to push the equality and equal access between men and women in terms of access. And broadly, we see that the phone survey, it's showing that COVID-19 has actually resulted in accelerated digitization, which was quite good, but unfortunately affecting more women or leaving more women behind. And I think I will leave most of the discussion to question and answer session in terms of what we can discuss. And I thank you all.
Thank you so much, Tapiwa, for the background data on access, access and also after access in Africa, and also just the general trends. Indeed, there is major progress in connectivity in this landscape, but also just going to the extent of now looking at the gender dynamics of connectivity, analyzing them, because as we all know, there is like how the different gender utilize or find meaning in connectivity is different, and also how just within the specific gender, it's not homogeneous. So it's thank you for also just showing how different women groups are also utilizing or giving us the data and the trends of connectivity, and also utilizing connection. So thank you so much. I've seen a question. I've seen a question on the chat section. I'm going to have a Q&A session after the panel presentation. So kindly just have your question ready for the different speakers. On that note, I would like to move on to our second speaker, Kwazulu Magoro, who is a PhD student in interdisciplinary digital knowledge economy studies at the University of the Witwatersrand. Her doctoral research focuses on cultural knowledge systems, practices, and processes of rural communities as the foundation for culturally embedded digital transformation. She applies the philosophy of Mandwane, that is learning by doing, in her action research as an alternative approach to community-based digital transformation. Her research into digital Mandwane has led to the establishment of Mamaila Community Network, a Wi-Fi project implemented in partnership with the Mamaila Tribal Authority and the Zuri Foundation, South Africa. She is also currently employed as the director responsible for learning and innovation in the Department of National Treasury in South Africa. And I am very much looking forward to listening to this presentation on the role of community networks in connecting everyone. So welcome, Kwazulu.
Greetings, everyone. Thank you, Rispa. Mark, are you able to play my presentation?
Not yet, no.
Oh, okay. Then do we need to start with that presentation, or we can move to the next speaker and then come back to you? Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
the
thank you.
presentation is Mark.
So,
can you make sure that Mark has it? I've sent it to him.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay.
So then I'll welcome the next speaker, Lunga Skoyman, who is the Innovation Director of DGMT, where amongst other work, he leads DGMT zero rating work. In addition, he also leads the work on alcohol harm, civil sector strengthening, and digital communication. Previously, he was the head of social responsibility at ShopRite and group project manager for CSI at the Sanlam Foundation. He will be presenting on the path to zero rating for non-profit organizations. If you can hear me, Lunga, welcome.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can you, is it okay now? Cool. Hoping everybody could hear me. Thank you very much for the opportunity to discuss how DGMT, I guess, is at one level interested in this topic, and where is our work going insofar as the issues around zero rating, free access to the internet, and so forth. In terms of DGMT, for those who perhaps don't know, DGMT is a South African public innovator, and we are currently working towards the achievement of 3 goals, which is keeping all children on track by grade 4, secondly, enabling young people to get their first decent job, and thirdly, building an inclusive and innovative society, which is a portfolio that I lead at DGMT. From a groundmaking point of view, we support projects that are promoting ECD, stunting, as well as alcohol harms reduction and many other issues that aim to almost support how we achieve those 3 goals which I've outlined up there. But more information on DGMT can be found on our website. Why 0 rating is important to us. We believe as an organization that apartheid structural barriers also play a factor in this issue, in that there's still a certain level of poverty, huge level of poverty and marginalization. And the issue of the internet and data almost plays a critical part in that nexus. It does not take us out of poverty. In fact, it's creating, it adds to the weight of poverty in our country. And therefore, we need to almost see it in that lens or that perspective as well. Secondly, if we get this issue of mobile technology and access correct, we almost are going to get to a point where we leapfrog some of these barriers. Imagine if someone could have easily access to the internet, they are able to look for a job, they're able to access education quite quickly and swiftly. And so it is almost a small nugget that with the right level of action at the state level, we could be able to move our country forward hundreds of years forward. And lastly, it is a strong belief from our end that the opportunity has been lost over the last decade. There's high data costs in our country still, which are still excluding the poor and marginalized. Therefore, it's something that we need to look at if we wanted to develop our country at a speed that is quite acceptable and meaningful, to which we're trying to pursue as DGMT. I think Tapua excellently highlighted and spoke to this quite well. We still have the highest cost insofar as cost per gig in our country. This was a report by My Broadband in January this year. How we still have high cost data compared to the UK, Nigeria, Kenya, and Botswana is really something we need to start thinking about and talking to as a country and as a collective. Also framing the 78 Rand per cost per gig in the context of someone who's earning 350 Rand off a grant, knowing that a gig of data does not last more than a week. How do you expect this person to keep connected with the world? How do you expect this person to still engage meaningfully with work and education and so forth? 55% of our country lives on an average 900 Rands per month. This is reported. It could be far less than that. Also, 47% of our country relies on social grants, meaning minimum earning is 320 up to 1.9, whichever the amount is currently of the social grant. And also 76% or 78.6% of population currently accessing the internet via a device, which is merely a cell phone. I'm not sure how many of us have personal laptops. I would imagine very few. Many people are still connecting via cell phones. As I said again, I'm not sure how long will a gig of data last someone in this present day. Therefore, we need to start layering this issue beyond just the cost, but how it's excluding a good number of people in our country. Why we're also interested in this issue, because there's a huge gap from an education point of view. A report by Names in 2019 reported that only 49% of our schools have access to the internet, meaning there's a huge portion of our schools that still don't have internet access, and one could definitely guess that those majority of the schools are the poor, marginalized in rural communities, meaning the structural dynamics of apartheid still exist and still are perpetuating some of the reality that we see today. Of that 49% that has access, only 29% is used, mostly 29% of that internet is used for admin, and only 20% is used for learning. Bigger question then is, where do those kids gain access to the internet if only 20% of the time they can only see it or access at schools? They'll probably want to use a cell phone, but they will not be able to afford it because of the cost of connection in our country. The bigger issue here as well that we need to think about is how this digital divide is being detrimental, particularly to our youth. We've got majority of unemployed people being young people in our country. They need the internet to be able to access jobs, to connect with the world and read and learn as much as they can. They cannot do that at this stage. because of the cost and various other barriers to education. There was a report and an article by Mail and Guardian quite recently. You'll see there's mainly Mail and Guardian articles there. I'm not promoting them, but I read quite a lot of their pieces. And there was a piece around how young people in this day and age in South Africa are choosing between job hunting and food. And part of that job hunting includes buying data to access and find jobs. We shouldn't be able to make those choices in our country in this day and age, 25 years later, in a democracy. Therefore, this is more than just a small issue. It's a very important issue that we need to start almost nipping in the bud as soon as possible as a country. It could lead to a disaster if we're not particularly careful. And therefore, in our view, the cost of data, zero rating, enabling access to the internet is an equality reducing tool. And then as part of our advocacy work, we then positioned 3 solutions to the state insofar as how do we solve this problem. And one of that was, let's create a social innovation register, for example, where all of the sites are housed in a single platform. And these are sites that are for education, these are sites for youth development, these are sites for almost social good, so and health information, for example, as well. So not necessarily your Facebooks and your Twitters, but almost the critical sites that someone needs to have to be able to contribute to the economy and to the country. So put all of those sites into a single register, provide them for free to people regardless of which network they use, as long as they're in that particular register. That was one solution. The second solution was, let's maybe deal with the issue of pricing. Pricing and the cost of data is a big problem. Therefore, let's almost address some of that. And there was some movement insofar as that work. And also thirdly, let's maybe get a sense of what are the mobile networks doing actively in ensuring and reducing this divide, and let's be open insofar as the data and how they are actually using what they have to benefit the rest of the population. And so, to kind of very long story short, and maybe referencing John Kingdom's windows of policy opportunity, we still, COVID came along, and we still had the problem of the cost of data and inability to access information because schools were closed and so forth. And then what was, I guess, a saving grace to this work was then as part of the COVID regulations, it was allowed that certain sites are going to be zero rated, which was almost like, yay, we can prove that this zero rating is possible, and this almost way of gateway for some sites to be accessed for free is a possibility, and that was done. And then there was the necessary policy from a state level to enable this to be done. And so we as DGMT then provided a grant to enable about 39 organizations to upgrade their mobile sites so that they can then capture the opportunity which is offered as a result of COVID. And those organizations are still doing well because they were able to access quite a huge number of people during that particular period under those regulations. Unfortunately, once those regulations were repealed, they went back to the same stage where people have to buy data in order to be able to access their content. What also happened in January or March this year was that the first, I guess, recommendation which we're advocating for, where all of these, where certain sites are going to be part of a pool or social innovation register, was approved, and it was included as part of a condition of license by ICASA. So it's no longer now a dream; it is almost a possibility, and we are working towards building that particular register together with ICASA and many of our partners. So how this will potentially work going forward is that in that yellow envelope is going to be the register where all of these sites are going to be put in there. So obviously, before you even go to the register, there's going to be a vetting process. We're going to check and monitor as much as we can, so ensure that whatever sites goes in there is exactly going to do what they are hoping to do. And so as part of that work, there's going to be an entire process just to monitor and vet sites going in. And then nothing drastically changes insofar as the process. People will still be able to access the content on their cell phones. It will still be using the same infrastructure. And then the only thing that I guess will happen is that the networks will be able to reverse bill back to themselves insofar as what is the cost of people accessing their information via those sites. So the entire technical component and operational mechanism is what we are currently working on as an organization to try and bring this thing into our life. Because ultimately, if we let, ICASA get away with this one, we are going to be completely steps behind. So therefore, we need to capture the opportunity window right now, and that's what we're working for as DGMT at this stage. What will continue to shape our work going forward is definitely the register, which is going to take a lot of time and effort and energy and resources from our end. But also we are going to continue to drive advocacy so that the sector can have conversations about this issue. And I do want to mention that we are one of the sponsors of this particular conference. Therefore, it's important for us that this conversation keeps on going. We don't just have it sporadically, but we have it almost consistently and have broader discussion about how do we solve this problem beyond just reducing the cost of data on a year-by-year basis. And secondly, we are going to look at special projects that we're going to pursue to help us understand really how do we bridge this gap. Maybe cost is just one element of it, and maybe there's other aspects of it. Therefore, there's going to be a huge component of our work which will look at what is the sector telling us and what is society revealing about the issue of a digital divide. And final thoughts, Chair, is that from our end is that though zero rating is definitely a great path and a good start, there could be more that could be done. Again, I'm banging the issue around costs. It's still quite high. And secondly, I do want to emphasize the fact that civil society, which is in this room and in the many other rooms in this conference, has a role to play. So let's maybe have conversations going forward about what are you doing in your space that we can support or see how best can we leverage some of the work that you are doing into so far as addressing some of these big issues. And this work, I think, is important for us to see it not just as an issue of the moment, but an issue that could really change the game for the country forever. We are trying to build capacity for people who are poor and marginalized, our children, our grandchildren, to be able to freely access the internet, and cost should not be a barrier that they have to worry about over the next couple of years. And so, Chair, those are some of my inputs in this conversation. I shall refer back to you. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, great. I think I lost Lunga just at the tail end of his presentation, although I know he was just wrapping it up. So thank you, Lunga, for that excellent presentation and on why zero rating now. And indeed, zero rating is a great pathway for connecting everyone. And also thank you for also mentioning the solution of building a register in consolidating data, and also platform that can enable people, the community, to engage or access the online space at a very affordable affordable cost. And also I like the fact that it's a local solution, a solution that came about from analyzing the state of the country, and also just realizing that as internet is becoming the new norm, is becoming a basic need, then how can we get everyone, how can we get even the last mile to the connectivity? So very, very thought-provoking conversation and presentation from Lunga. So I'll just like to remind us all to keep texting or chatting, making your comments, and also if you have questions, just write it in the chat box. We'll have a session on it once we are done with all the presenters have presented. So the next speaker I'd like to call or introduce is Dr. Charlie Lewis. He is an independent analyst researcher and educator, and a leading international expert on universal access and service and the digital divide. His knowledge and experience cover a broad spectrum of key areas across the field of ICT policy and regulation, ranging from telecommunications and broadcasting, broadband, and the internet. So I'd like to pass the mic on to you, Dr. Charlie Lewis, who will present on policy and regulation for universal access. Over to you, Dr. Charlie.
Thank you and good morning. I hope you can hear me well. We're on the road at the moment, so I'm just pulling over to the side of the road. Hopefully I won't lose signal. So yes, good morning. I was asked to talk a little bit about policy and regulation in relation to universal access to service. So I want to start a little bit briefly on the issue of universal access and service itself. It's got goes all the way to at least 1984, when the International Telecommunication produced the Maitland Report, which looked at global access to telephony, fixed line telephony as it was back then, so 1984. So you're all very familiar with the line. Well, interestingly enough, Gore in the United States. So I'm going to talk briefly about three main areas in relation to universal access and service. That's availability, affordability, and accessibility. Some of the policy and regulatory issues that arise in relation to that. I apologize, I'm on the road, so I don't have slides to give you. Let's start with availability. And it's one of the key areas of policy and regulatory intervention in this particular space, making sure that the network, historically the fixed line network, now the mobile network, the internet is available. Network encompasses the entire country, encompasses the entire population of the country. And so there have been a number of interventions in relation to that historically. In South Africa, for example, the fixed line incumbent Telkom was required to connect a certain number of fixed lines. That was, as many of the initiatives have been, a failure, mainly because of the assumption that everything was going to be fixed, but also because of the service obligations, which we're talking about here, were very poorly, badly specified. Much more success was achieved in respect of the mobile telephony, the GSM, the mobiles in South Africa, particularly MTN and Vodacom. And that was because, and it was an innovation at the time, they geographic coverage obligations, including along the national road, along the N1. And it's thanks to that particular policy intervention that we actually have widespread access in South Africa, at least to mobile, and do work under certain circumstances. There are a number of universal service obligations, one of which I was recently closely involved in through my work at ICASA, the regulatory authority, although today I'm speaking with my academic hat on as a professor at UWC. What we did was we produced an
We have lost you, Dr. Charlie Lewis.
Sorry, can you hear me again now?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, that's
yes,
just, I got,
proceed.
you mute somebody, everybody, including me. That's fine. So the initiative in a number of community education learning centers involve 2 licenses. One of them was providing access, and so that necessitated us to introduce a service level agreement between them. It also includes Wi-Fi hotspots. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now, but we lost you there. Hello, Charlie.
For some reason.
You're breaking.
Can you hear me?
We
Okay.
can hear you, although you're breaking a bit. Yeah.
Okay, we're stationary, so it shouldn't be too bad. Some of the other speakers alluded to the recent spectrum auction that was conducted by IASA, and a lot of the spectrum that was awarded there, that was bought there by the various operators, licensees, had attached to it. There was a cover for that one, but those licensees that have to provide access to schools, clinics, traditional offices, libraries, etc. So that's another area of universal service obligations. And again, it's intended to ensure availability, recovery, and ability of services. There are other areas that have done work in that. One should mention SA Connect. Just go very well in its first phase, waiting for the launch of the second phase. The Universal Service Fund, a bit by the Universal Service and Access Agency, has had a very checkered history, but they've also tried to work under availability. So providing the geographic network coverage is one of the key areas. The second one, other speakers have alluded to, is facility. We've spoken about the cost to communicate campaign. We've mentioned, or it needs to be mentioned, the hash data must fall campaign, and also intervened in respect
We can't hear you, Dr. Charlie. Sorry for that. Dr. Charlie made his apologies. He's en route. Hello.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, but it's all breaking. Hello, can you hear me?
If you want, perhaps if you want to put somebody a bit of a come in after the next speaker again and finish up.
So okay, then we can call on the next speaker, and then call on you as the last speaker. Is that okay? Dr. Charlie Lewis, is that okay?
Yeah, let's do this.
All right, over to you, Hopatso.
Okay, thank you. I have to speak very fast because I'm also having load shedding. My devices are going to shut down. Is my presentation up?
It will be in a minute.
Hello, Rispa.
Yes, your presentation is being loaded. It will be shared in a minute.
Okay, I'm just worried because my power is off. So yeah.
Okay. I guess you can start because we're already seeing the screen. Actually, your presentation is here.
Yeah, I'm not talking to the presentation. I want you to play the presentation and then I'll speak after. It's like, oh my goodness.
Mike, we can't hear the audio of the presentation.
I can't find the audio button. I'll click to play audio. That's easy. Can people hear now? No.
I can hear now.
Oh. No. Yes, we can hear now. As we can't hear the audio, so I'm proposing as that is being sorted, I think Kopotso has lost connection, and also she mentioned her devices were running low. So we can take on the questions that are already rising in the chat box for the speakers who have presented as we wait for either Whatso to rejoin, and also if Dr. Charlie Lewis will be able to get a good connection. Is that okay, Mark?
Comrade Rispa, Mark here. I'm not sure what's going on with this audio. And also it seems we've lost Tseho. I suggest we open up for some discussion and hopefully get Tseho and Charlie to participate when they get back online.
Well, Mark, I can see a base station right in front of me. So I don't know whether you can hear me. I can finish up now.
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm also back, Rispa. I was able to get a different device. So this is, we are discussing free internet, but we don't even have energy. We don't have power. I don't know. Do I continue?
Yes. Because we cannot hear the audio, I'm thinking Mark is looking into the audio for your presentation. So while we Dr. Charlie, can you hear me?
I can now.
Great.
Would you like me
Please
to
proceed? Yes.
All right, thank you. And so much for the whole issue of availability and mobile coverage all the way down the national freeways. So I'd initially spoken about policy and regulatory interventions to make sure that networks were countrywide and spread out where the population existed in order to make sure that services, voice, data services are available to everybody. There's also a number of policy and regulatory interventions, which some of the other speakers have alluded to, which deal with the whole question of affordability. It's no good if there's a network there if you cannot afford to make use of that particular network. So things like the Cost to Communicate campaign, the Hash Data Must Fall campaign, the work that the regulator has done in relation to reducing the price of call termination are all interventions in that direction. One of the previous speakers also alluded to the very important work that the Competition Commission undertook when it looked at the data services market inquiry, and it came up with a number of very important recommendations, some of which I'm going to touch on shortly. Globally, internationally, there's an organization called the Alliance for Affordable Internet, A4AI, which does also very important work in this, and has set a benchmark of for the price of 1 gigabyte of data as being at 2% of the gross national income per capita as an affordability threshold. One would obviously like to see it go below that level. And there are a number of areas of intervention that need to be done in relation to affordability. One of the problems with that particular initiative is it's looking at a gigabyte of data. Now, most poor people and most poor communities do not consume data by the gigabyte. Most people buy 50 megabytes at a time, 100 megabytes at a time, small bundles like that. And the problem is that when you multiply them up, they are something like 1,000% more expensive to consume 1 gigabyte of data in small 50 megabyte bytes rather than in a single 1 gigabyte piece. So one of the areas that needs to be done, the Competition Commission picked it up. It has yet to be put into regulation, and that is to deal or remove the tiered pricing problem of this data access. In other words, to make the price per gigabyte or per megabyte more or less the same for small bundles as it is for large bundles, but that's still in the offing. Also, one of the previous speakers spoke a lot about a zero rating of public service benefit organizations. There are some problems with zero rating, however, and these are personal concerns that I have. One of them is technical, and that is that a zero-rated website may pull in content from non-zero weighted websites, services, images, scripts, whatever the case might be. And so you've got to be very careful that with a zero-rated environment, you don't create a two-tier internet where those who are accessing zero-rated sites cannot get access to all of the content on those sites, or end up being charged for content that they didn't know that they were going to have to pay for. So that's one of the challenges that needs to be addressed. There's also a challenge related to the issue of net neutrality, which is why some jurisdictions have made the idea of zero rating or turned back from the idea of zero rating, because it does fly in the face of net neutrality. It creates a walled garden, and the previous speaker alluded to some of the challenges with that, is that people want to be on the inside of that garden. If your website is listed as zero rated, it's of great benefit to you. So there's a lot of pressure from people to try and get into that garden, which means there needs to be a gatekeeping process by which applications are scrutinized and either approved or rejected. And that creates a difficult issue and a difficult maintenance issue, which will need to be resolved. A third area that came out of the Competition Commission's recommendation was the question of free lifeline data, making available to either individual SIM cards or to households, as currently seems to be the debate, the public debate, a certain amount of data free per month, in the same way that a certain amount of water and a certain basic amount of electricity is made available to households. And people on the call here in South Africa may well have heard the minister speaking about trying to make or planning to make 10 megabytes of data available per family per month. I beg your pardon, 10 gigabytes of data per family per month. Challenge with that, of course, is it's a very expensive exercise. If you've got 14,000 households in South Africa, it works out approximately 500 million rands worth of data that you're making available free per year. And who's going to pay for that and how it's going to be funded is an issue that will need to be solved. Also, and it's unfortunate that none of the people on this call made a submission in relation to that, ICASA, the regulatory authority in South Africa, is currently proposing to make data bundle expiry 6 months from the current mostly 30 days of the standard bundles. The regulator has made a proposal on the table to extend that period to 6 months, which I think would have an enormous benefit for the poor and for poor communities. But it's a hot potato. It's going to cost the licensees, they say, an enormous amount of money, and it's likely to be a proposal that is likely to be very fiercely fought over. So affordability is a second main area of policy and regulatory intervention. If you can drive down the price and drive down the cost of being able to access services, you're going to increase uptake, you're going to increase benefits and value to people, individuals, and communities. The final issue that I wanted to pick up is the question of accessibility. So if you've got a device, if you've got a network, if you can afford to make use of it, is it really accessible to you? And I was hoping that Research ICT Africa would deal with that issue. Perhaps it's a question to them. I think they've done a lot of work on what constitutes meaningful access. How much data do you need to have access to in a month in order to be considered a proper user getting benefits from the services? It also relates to questions like, do you have a cell phone in your pocket? South Africa currently has almost 100% cell phones in households, but that may be one cell phone in a household shared between anywhere between 5 and 10 individuals. You need to get a cell phone in each pocket. You also need to make sure that people have smartphones that will give them access to data. So there's a device issue there. And we need to recognize that marginal access with a limited amount of data with a poor quality device that one is working off really cripples individuals and communities to get access to this cornucopia of services and information that is the internet. In order to do that, some of the accessibility interventions are often not necessarily strictly telecommunications related. They are making sure that there's relevant content out there, that people have access to websites, to services, to information that is meaningful for them, that improves their lives, creates greater knowledge, provides access to markets, a whole range of issues there around relevant content. So relevant content is a key accessibility issue that needs to be dealt with by policymakers and regulators. Secondly is the question of digital literacy and digital skills. Children, youngsters in schools need to be taught the basics about how to access a website, how to make use of search facilities, etc., etc. So digital skills and digital literacies, it's essential that there are national policies and national intervention to make sure that people have the skills to make use of the services once they have them and once they can afford to use them. One also needs to recognize, and this in a sense goes back to my earlier point about universal service obligations, you need to make sure that any obligation that you put in place is supported by the necessary support staff. It's no good connecting a school, dusting your hands off, walking away and saying, well, we've done our job. Because if you don't have support services, support technicians, then you're going to go absolutely nowhere with that intervention. You need to make sure that the teachers at the school, and I'm using schools now as an example, but it would apply to clinics, police stations, etc., are properly trained, properly skilled, properly empowered to make use of the access that they now have. And that includes by paying them additional salary in order to make use of those services. So there's a whole range of support issues that needs to take place there. So colleagues, I think, let me finish up there. So what I've tried to cover very quickly is the main areas that need to be dealt with in terms of policy making, in terms of regulation, and indeed in terms of civil society activism to ensure that ordinary people, communities, rural communities, poor households, etc., have access to the internet and are able to make use of the internet. You need, number one, to make sure the internet is available. You need, number two, to make sure it's affordable. And number three, you need to make sure people have the tools and the ability to make use of what you have given them access to. And policy, regulation, and civil society activism needs to touch on every single one of those points. Colleagues, thank you very much. I hope that was of some use to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Charlie Lewis. I mean, I think you've just brought it so well together. You have summarized the whole issue around connecting everyone, and also looking at what other speakers have talked about in relation to affordable, accessible, and available internet for everyone. You've also given us food for thought in achieving all this. And I think the next speaker will really bring it well while talking on the complementary these different elements of affordability, of accessibility, and also of availability to the community, as well as looking at the after access and the meaningfulness of connectivity to the people, to the people that to the entire nation. So I'll hand it over to Hopotso Magoro. I hope the video is now okay. Mark, can you okay.
Okay, thank you, Rusman. Mark, are you sharing the screen? Oh, it's me sharing. We don't have to worry about the audio. Can you see the screen?
Yes, we see it.
Yes, we can see the screen.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm already exhausted because we are talking about free Mahala internet and all these things, but actually we don't have electricity. So now I'm wondering, how are we going to deliver this free internet if the people that are supposed to deliver it are not even having electricity. But anyway, my name is Khopotso Magoro. As introduced, I'm a student at Wits University. I'm looking into digital transformation, exploring how bottom-up or community-led transformation could contribute towards closing the digital divide. So I'm just going to show you pictures which in a way try to provide some hope based on what everyone has been presenting. Then I'll speak to the presentation afterwards. You can move to the next slide, Mark, until the end. I'll speak afterwards.
We're looking at your screen, so you need to move it.
Khopotso, you can go ahead. Your slide has ended. Khopotso, can you hear me? If you can hear me, please go ahead. The slide has ended on our side.
Khopotso, if you can hear us, you're mute. I can see you on the call, you're mute. All right, I am as we wait for Khopotso to join us. Khopotso, once you join us, just let us know, then you can present. We can jump quickly on the conversation that is already ongoing. I'd like to, Khopotso, can you hear me? Ursi, can you hear me?
What's happening?
We can
Great.
hear you.
We have. Great. We have Kopotso back. Kopotso, it's time for you to present. Can you hear me, Kopotso? Oh, okay. I'll send Kopotso a chat so that once if she can hear us, then she will be able to present. And because of time, I'll just get right into the discussion from the participants. I'll open up the floor to forum so that we can engage on what has been presented since we started with our first presenter. Yes, since we started on with our first presenter, Tapiwe. So I'll start with conversation on the chat. Please feel free to raise your hand, and we'll give you a chance to ask your question or comment. Kopotso, can you hear me? Okay. I'd like to give it. I don't know if Saba Zahara Honeybush is on the call.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, I've seen your chats. Kindly go ahead and ask your questions and comments.
I had a few different questions, and I just need to try and remember what the train of thought was, but because there were so many different points that I was mentioning. But the first speaker was talking about, he was from Zim, and I was just wondering, I think it was Tapiwa, what the Wi-Fi stability is like in Harare and Bulawayo at the moment. I'm asking particularly because I'm working on a project between Zimbabwe and South Africa, and I'm just curious, you know, because he's obviously representing Southern Africa, and he was obviously making a lot of comment with regards to South Africa, but I was just curious, what is the connectivity like on the ground in Zim at the moment? Yeah, so that was my first question. And then, you know, I don't want to take up too much time because I had a few different, you know, threads that I was bringing up, and I want to leave space for others who would like to speak. But then I was also interested in DGMT's specific contribution with regards to policy and advocacy plans for the present and future. Yeah, I was just curious on that. And I think I'll leave it there because I don't want to, you know, take up too much space. But I just mentioned also with what Charlie was talking about, you know, with this whole thing of biometrics tied to your SIM card. I was just curious also on whether or not what he was talking about towards the end of his presentation, if that would require for biometrics to be activated in order to be working full swing. So whoever has time and, you know, can, even if it's just one question, it should be fine.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Saba Zahara. I'd also invite the panelists to type your responses to any question that has been raised on the chat. As for now, I'll give it to I'll pass it on to Tapiwa, and then we'll hear from Charlie with regards to the two questions.
Thanks, Rispa. Yes, so I note the question that has been posed by Savazara. Yes, that's actually a good question because we actually have connectivity issues, you know, particularly mainly based on electricity. So one of the main challenges that we have is that there is shortage of electricity, and most of our electricity have to be coming from South Africa, and also now South Africa have what you call this level 6 of load shedding. So I would think that I would say, in my opinion, that we have got a bad bandwidth here in Zimbabwe, especially on the service provider that we have. It's not actually quite up to standard. Low internet speed, low bandwidth, but I would just assume that you are actually hearing me quite well. So that's the general feeling of most of the Zimbabweans in terms of the internet usage that we have from Econet, Teleso, as well as Net1 service providers. Yeah, so that's my general comment there, and I think it's something that many people raise, and we hope that it could be improved and much better can be done. So I'm willing to engage on the details of the project that you said you are working on, and then we can discuss. So I'm just remotely here in Zimbabwe, at least for now, but most of my time I spend it in Cape Town, and I can really see that there is a difference in terms of the internet that I'm using here and the one that I use in South Africa. Yeah. So in terms of my presentation, I was asked to present broadly in the South African context on the work that we do at Research ICT Africa in terms of the data that we collect and the context that we work with in South Africa. So that's why most of my comments were centered on South Africa as well, in relation to the other countries that we work on in the confines of the after access survey and the surveys that we do. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Charlie.
I take it you want me to deal with the question on SIM card and biometrics. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I think, bearing in mind that I'm going to speak in my personal view and my personal capacity here, there are a number of countries across the continent of Africa that have embarked on a process of mandatory SIM card registration. And I'm sure you've all read about some of the problems and issues that has raised. Nigeria's done it. I think Kenya's done it. There's certainly a number of countries that have made registration of SIM cards mandatory. And the usual argument that is advanced in support of that is as a counter-terrorism action or intervention to prevent cards falling into the hand of criminals, terrorists, whatever the case might be, people operating on the far side of the law. The research, I think, shows quite the opposite, that in fact mandatory SIM card registration does not keep SIM cards out of the hands of criminals. Criminals can get access to the SIM cards whether or not you make SIM card registration mandatory. It's mandatory in South Africa as well and has been for a number of years. So in terms of a anti-crime or counter-terrorism intervention, the research tends to show that it has no positive effect. In relation to the contrary, in relation to universal access and service, it's actually inimical to universal access and service, because the very people who need access to SIM cards, the poor, the marginalized, those in informal settlements, illegal immigrants, etc., are people who cannot provide the necessary documentation to register their SIM cards. So in fact, it actively cuts off some of the very people that you need to give access to. So it's antithetical, inimical to universal access and service. That's not to say, however, that making biometric services available to those who choose to use them for additional security, which would tend to be more your wealthy consumers, households, etc., is not an advantage. So there may be advantages to making it an option to use biometrics in relation to registration of SIM cards. Yeah.
Thank you, Charlie, and thank you, Charlie, for that addition, and also for those comments. I see Steve on the call is saying, "Well said, Charlie. It's time that policy regulation on mandatory SIM card registration is actually informed by evidence." Because of time, I'd like to give it back to Hopotso. And LMB, I see your hand. I'll get back to you in a few. So I'll just give it to Hopotso to present on the role of community networks. Hopotso, if you can hear me.
Yes, I can. Thank you so much. Can everyone hear me?
Yes,
can you hear
yes,
me?
we can.
Okay, thank you. I'm feeling exhausted because of load shedding, but it just got back now. So thank you for your patience. I assume that you were able to see the slides presentation.
Yes, you are able to.
Okay, so basically what I was trying to show you was that there are many possibilities and opportunities, but there are also challenges as we work towards solving the issues or the challenges that are raised in this conference. So community networks are part of the solutions in responding to the digital divide. But what I can see from our experience in MCN is that people want to be online, but currently they are offline due to the same reasons that many speakers spoke to. So we can also see that people think they are part of the internet economy just because they are given free services like free Facebook mode, but actually they are not. So it is very expensive for rural people to be online. And when I speak to the people, why are you online? They say they've given up on the possibilities of being online. So they've just accepted that internet is not for them. So I see community networks as part of the innovative solutions, especially because of their ability to respond directly to the needs of their communities by ensuring that people are not connected for the sake of being connected. There has been a lot of conversations about meaningful connectivity. And this is what I want to throw back to this conference to say, let's say we achieve free Mahala internet, then what? Because we shouldn't just have access to free internet for the sake of it. We should be able to help our communities to expand their potentials and their capabilities. My experience from Mamaila Community Network is that even if you give people free internet, they are not at the level where they can use it meaningfully. Our statistic shows that they go there to download music, they go there to download movies. Those who are browsing, you know, they also gamble. There's a lot of gambling that happens in our villages through online platforms. So if we are not clear on what exactly we want people to do with this internet, we are going to find ourselves creating more problems in our communities. I've also, through my earlier research, noted that free internet and quality internet are two different things. So if we are going to push for free internet, we must be careful not to create more digital divides, because those who have free internet might not have the same capabilities with people that are having quality internet, which they pay for, which means our people are going to remain consumers of the internet instead of active participants in the economy. I would also like us to reflect on the balance between free and sustainable internet, because I can tell you now that it costs money to run even a community network. So if people are not going to pay anything, then we know that our interventions are going to be short-lived. So Charlie raised a point about the need to look at the broader picture. The people that are participating in the community network, they also need to realize their aspirations in such a way that they can be employed by the very same community networks. And then when you employ them, you are expanding their economic opportunities. So I'm saying to you, my friends of the free internet, that I am your friend and we are already providing free internet in the community as part of learning, the best approaches. But I'm also saying that it is not sustainable if we are not going to make people pay something, even if it's 10 cents. But we do need to raise some sort of revenue so that when the link breaks, when the equipment breaks, we can be able to replace it. So basically, everything that everyone said is possible, but our approaches are the ones that are going to define if what we are discussing here is doable or not. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hopotso. So sorry for the challenge you're having with load shedding, but we are really glad that you made it nonetheless. Absolutely great points, excellent points on meaningful access and the importance of thinking just beyond people accessing the internet. Then how can they meaningfully use it, or what will be the benefit of the community of the people when they get online or when they get to access the internet in upgrading or improving their socioeconomic status. So really, really great points. And now I'll officially open the floor to question and answers. I know there's a lot of comments on from the participants. Now is the time to engage, and thank you so much for listening intently and also just sticking through the session till this point. So I'd welcome anyone who has comments or questions. Just raise your hand or unmute your microphone to ask or comment. I had seen Mark. I'd seen your hand. Anele, please go ahead.
Oh, okay, good day. Look, I don't know if it's a question but seeing that we are working for vulnerable communities, and it's not very easy for them to get to this internet. So what do we do? What kind of help are we going to get to give to them? Because sometimes they want to talk to you late at night, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, and they do not have also the smartphones. So it becomes a little problem for us. So we just want to know, how can we be helping that aspect?
Thank you for that question. Anyone who would like to, perhaps Hopotso, you'd like to respond to that question?
Sorry, I lost you then. What is the question?
The question is from Nick Dialton with regards to, hello?
Yes, I'm listening.
Yes, so and Nick, could you just quickly ask the question again?
Sorry, Rispa, it wasn't Nick at all. It's Anele MB, yes.
Anele MB, sorry. Thank you, Nick. Anele. Anele, can you hear me?
Yeah, thank Chairperson for the opportunity. Can you hear me, Chairperson?
Yes,
Can you
I
hear
can
me?
hear you.
I can hear you, Anele.
I can
Okay,
hear
thanks for the opportunity, Comrade Rispa. I think if I can look to all the speakers, they talk about the network problem, and if I can see, we have this challenge across the globe. But the only problem that we are facing is that everything that we are operating under capitalism is not going to be successful. So each and every challenge, the capitalist system always oppress and suppress the working class, even if it's networking, even if it's construction, even if anything that is happening in this world, capitalism is always suppressed and oppressed. So which is, there's nothing is possible under the capitalism. Because if you can look now, capitalism is in the stage of, is in the higher stage, which is the imperialist stage. So which is, there's more developments of the neoliberal policies, and of which our government that we are having now is not even going to assist us because it supports or endorses those policies of the capitalist class. So I just want to check if, how are we going to change the situation? Because if you can go even to all the struggles of the working class, for instance, you can go to fees must fall. We want the free education, but you can see there is impossible because of the capitalism, and also our government that we have is not supporting us, is not on our side. So my question is, how are we going to do all of this under the capitalist system? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, Anele, you are correct. It's not easy, it's difficult, but I think we can start where we are in our communities. And my view is that we need to share information with our communities so that we can have advocacy from the community. And then they must go up to the level of ICASA demanding what is due to them. Because if you listen to the presentation on the political economy of the internet, the speaker showed us all the commitments that government put forward. But when you look into the progress, there's nothing. So I believe that if each community can identify what is it that government promised us, and then how do we organize ourselves to have a voice, and then all these villages from Limpopo, Northwest, we will meet somewhere and have a stronger voice and hold them accountable, because the commitments are there. But we can't hold them accountable if we don't know what is there. So meaning that people like myself who are doing research, we shouldn't just do research for the sake of doing it. It should feed back into the community, help the community to understand what is this digital economy looking like. Unfortunately, it is a capitalist system. Even when you try to come up with a community network, you are still suffocated by the capitalist. But we are saying that through advocacy, we can be able to speak out. And then when we speak out louder, the more we speak out, somebody is going to listen. But we cannot leave it to the very same people that are suffocating us. Thank you.
Thank you, Kokotso, for that. I can see we have a lot of questions and comments. Also, I'd encourage you, because of time, to use the chat to write some of your comments and questions, and the panelists will respond accordingly to those concerns. So next on, I'll give the floor to Nick Dieltins. Nick, go ahead.
Yes, greetings. Or should I speak here? Yeah. Okay, colleagues, we should not beat about the bush, about the elephant in the room. You know, this, well, to answer my brother who just spoke now before, I don't know who, that how are we going to, it's Anel, no, it's not, yeah, no, it's not Anel, sorry. Anel is a lady, I think, if I remember. Oh, Anel is a guy, okay. No, to answer you, Anel, there, and no, it's not possible under this capitalist system, or should I say under this satanist system, because of, you know, capitalism knows no reasoning, you know, because even now many people are struggling, are hungry, but it's not that there's no food. Food is there, it's full in all the supermarkets and the shops, and we can see it every day, but people can't access the food because they don't have the money. Yeah, so that's one example. With respect to the issue of, I wanted to ask you a question in relation to Dr. Charlie now. Congratulations, Dr. Charlie. The last time I checked, you were not a doctor. Yeah, so around the issue of policy regulations and civil society activism. Yeah, you see, I'm happy that you are also part of ICASA, or are you still part of that? You are a ICASA counselor. There are real issues here. The same issues that we met about here today and nationally in Cape Town and everywhere under Free for Mahala initiative, which I like so much. I wish we can consolidate it, because we've been meeting year after year, after year after year, diagnosing the same problems, coming up with the same solutions. We meet next year again to diagnose the same problems of rural connectivity, affordability, availability, accessibility, and training. You see, every year we romanticize these issues, we book venues and conference centers, but it doesn't help, because the same issues we dealt with them year and year at Link Center, at everywhere. And if we are serious colleagues about these issues, we should convene a conference. These issues are not simple as that we can start at 9 o'clock until 4 o'clock to discuss such complex issues, which includes the issues of the political economy of ICT, you know, and then talking about the, you know, the regulatory aspect of that, the legal aspect of that, the technical aspect of that, the engineering aspect of that, the consumer access of that, as well as the competition commission, because we can't even finish those things. We need a minimum of few days, you know, and then we need all the players in the industry to come, including the operators. Let's invite them if they have to come, so that at least we can point to the problem, because they are the ones who are providing the service, and they are obliged because they've got the license from ICASA. They are called the licensees. So they are licensed, they've got license obligation and license condition to provide services to South African consumers from Limpopo rivers to the Cape Point, and from the Atlantic Ocean to the Indian Oceans. It doesn't matter where, as long as the people are within the borders of the Republic, they must get service from these operators. And then our organization, we are a watchdog organization that is holding them accountable. But we can't drag them into courts. We've got cases, and serious cases, you know, and prima facie evidence that we can go there. We know that they can fight us like they did with Mobile Mobi, and others, you know, but then we've got real issues which we can raise until we get these guys to get their licenses to be revoked. You know, one of them here, we know that we're talking more now about data communications. Yes, data communication is the future, but through data communication, you've got voice communication linked to that. If you connect via online communication, you can use Signal, you can use Telegram, you can use other things, which are not necessarily part of the SIM card of these 4 mobile network operators. So the challenge is, out of all the 3 big mobile network operators, MTN in particular, I want to say it here now. MTN, we all know, I'm just going to give you the scenario before I go out. If you call an MTN number, it doesn't matter from which mobile network service. And if the person you are calling is not available, MTN will not give you an opportunity, an option to leave a message. It will say the telephone number that you have called is not available at present. You do not have to leave a message. Instead, MTN will contact the person that you are trying to contact and tell them about your call. And if you want to leave this message now, press 1. And if you want to send this message as agent, press 2. And if you want to send that message now, and by the time that voice prompt is finished, 2 rand, 3 rand is gone on your airtime. And it's only MTN that does that. It's free to leave a message on Vodacom. It's free to leave a message on Cell C and all other network operators, except for MTN, that is busy robbing the people. And Competition Commission, I don't trust them because they settle matters behind closed doors somewhere there, to allow these corporate companies to continue to get away with murder. Yeah, so as comrades, I want us to come, Mark, and many other comrades in the industry, because we are many here in the ICT industry. We should come together in a serious conference. Let's have commissions on ICT, commissions on IoT, commissions on 4th Industrial Revolution, commissions on robotics, on big data, on all other aspects of ICT connectivity. Because here, the stuff that we're dealing with the stuff for the people and the Californian boys who are at the Silicon Valley. And our ministers, they know nothing. Our new Minister of Communication, Kumbuzo Nsabeni, knows nothing. Faith Mutambi didn't know nothing. Nomvula Mukonyana didn't know nothing. All these ministers, all these departments, from the communications regulator, films and publications board, USASA, everything, there's no bloody thing. I'm sorry for my language. There's no bloody thing of the free internet under the tender system, under Public Finance Management Act, because it says everything over 2.5 million under government, it must go for tender. You see? So now we're gonna send the free internet under tender. If they didn't manage 500 billion of COVID, come on, guys. I want to stop here, but before I stop, this thing of saying people must pay even a 10 cents or 20 cents is wrong, my sister. Internet must be free, just like water when you open the tap, for everybody. All the community access points, a clinic, police station, library, a church, a hospital, everywhere in those spaces, including the traditional authority, internet must be free there because that's where people gather, even at the taxi rank. And even where people gather at the sports facilities, internet must be free and it must be quality internet. It doesn't matter whether it comes through the infrastructure of the broadband or fiber or a fiber to home or any other internet. Because it's simple, we've got ideas, we've been working on the ground, we've got a very good sense of what needs to happen on the ground. For example, Northern Cape alone, it's a bigger province, but it's got less.
Nick, just wrap it up. Thank you.
And Northern Cape, you can't put the network infrastructure there. But Northern Cape, they've got the luxury of the satellite, if you know that. That's why there is a square kilometer array there. The people in Northern Cape, all of them, they must buy a smartphone and connect free through the satellite. That's one example. You see? Smartphone, free satellite. You see, so that's one example. So we need to come together. Our organization is proposing a conference for next year on the 15th of May until the 19th. It's a 5-day conference where we can unpack all these issues. Why we chose May is because May also marks the, it also marks the commemoration or the celebration of the, the funding of the International Telegraphic Conference of 1776, which is called the World Telecoms and Information Society Day, which is celebrated all over the world. Yeah, so in that month of May, let's meet from Sunday 14, the venue to be announced. All of us, civil society, government.
Okay, thank you so much, Dixon, for your comments and even sharing here your grievances. Clearly, there is a lot to be discussed in the matter of connecting everyone. It's not as simple as just saying, and it's not an issue that we can finish in a meeting of 2 hours. And I can see a lot of hands, and I'd encourage you to keep having this conversation. We will have more forums to just to have everyone's opinions and everyone comment on how best we can achieve connectivity for everyone. And that is a connectivity that is affordable, that is accessible, and that is available. This is me wrapping up the session, and I'm really sorry for those who have not been able to call to speak. Feel free to have the conversation even beyond this specific session. On behalf of Yetu Infotech Collective, I wish to conclude by thanking today's expert speakers for sharing valuable insight with us. I really enjoyed the discussion. Indeed, stakeholders must ensure that the population has access to hardware, to the internet, to viable connection speeds, and to the skills that they need to use the internet space effectively. And I would like to appreciate both the offline and the online participants for your active engagement and sticking through the dialogue, and also just being active. We can see with the number of hands, we can see with the conversation that is ongoing on the chat. It has been a pleasure moderating this session. Thank you, and goodbye.
Thank you, Rispa.
I'll pass. Thank you.
Comrades, we're running behind, and in every session so far, it's clear that there's much more to discuss than we have time for. I think Busi said when she welcomed us that this is the beginning of a process. It's really opening up discussions. So it's an apology to anyone who's feeling frustrated and rushed, and also an apology to anyone who's starving and wanted to break for lunch some time ago. Also an apology that we're going to take a shorter lunch break than we had planned. It's now 20 to 2. We're going to come back at 2:15. So that's 35 minutes for lunch, and then we'll only be 15 minutes behind for the final stretch of our discussions. I'm going to ignore the hands that are up unless it's so burning that you unmute now. No. Good, comrades, let's enjoy our lunch and reconvene 2:15. Hi, comrades. Welcome back. I don't know if I can get a thumbs up in the Zoom. Just to know that comrades are back is Joburg, Bloemfontein, Durban, East London. Are you guys with us? Can you hear me? Unfortunately, my camera is not working.
Yes, we can hear.
Got one thumbs up. Let me make a few points just to give people time to come back and sit down. I think it's been such a full and rich morning, but also quite overwhelming in terms of the ground we've covered and the level of detail that's been shared with us. So I think everyone here that I've spoken to in Cape Town is feeling a little bit overwhelmed and frustrated that we haven't had enough time to really discuss the issues and interrogate them. So I want to ensure you good news and bad news. The good news is that this is the first in a series of discussions, and we're planning to go into each one of these areas in much more detail and put together some popular education material. So please be patient and look forward to those. That's the good news. The bad news is we're about to do it to you again with a very full and exciting discussion, but looking at it now, also nowhere near enough time to do proper justice to it. So before I hand over to Comrade Michael Quet, who's going to be facilitating, I'm going to ask the speakers to be as brief as possible, and when the time comes for us participants, to also be short to allow as many people as possible to speak. On the panel, we have Comrade Siamo from Tech Empire, young militant activist from the Free State with quite a profound understanding of surveillance capitalism. Murray Hunter, young militant from Cape Town, cut his teeth in the Right to Know campaign and knows government surveillance fairly well. Comrade Alison Tilley has been in the struggle for a free internet since before there was an internet. Currently, she's with the information regulator, but also a civil society comrade fighting with us on many fronts. Comrade Hassan is with the Benchmarks Foundation, but has been a freedom of expression campaigner since probably before I met him in the early 1990s. He's with the People's Media Consortium. And lastly, I'm handing over to our facilitator, Michael Quet, who I think is one of the best written at the moment. I've been doing a lot of Googling and reading, and really Michael's writing on internet freedom broadly and state and corporate control is amongst the best. So we're very pleased to have everyone here. And by now, I hope everyone's in their seats. Michael, over to you. And if comrades can switch on their cameras when they talk, we would appreciate that.
Sorry, Mark. Michael Quet is saying in the chats that they can't hear.
Your volume. Okay. Michael, are you there? Michael's saying he can't hear in the chat. Did anyone else hear me other than people in Cape Town? Please unmute yourself and say yes if you can hear.
We can hear you, Mark.
Okay,
Yes,
I've
we
got a
can
yes
hear.
in the chat. Mike. Comrades, Michael's not online. I think he got bumped off. He'll be back. In the interest of time, Comrade Siamo, you're in Bloemfontein. Can you switch on the camera, unmute, and go for it? Oh, Michael Quet is saying he's good. Michael, can we hear you?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can't hear you.
Hold on.
Siamo, are you there?
Yes, some of us can hear Michael.
So can you hear? Yes, yay, nay?
It's all good now.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Hi. Do you hear me? Am I audible? Hi, sorry, do you hear me? Am I audible? Testing?
Yes, we can. Some of us.
I hear you.
Sorry for the delay. We were just setting up the video this side. I'm here. Hi, Mike.
Hello.
You can go ahead, Michael, if you can hear me.
Okay, is Mark going to introduce? Oh, okay. Well, I missed the introduction. So do you want me to just briefly introduce myself or we just go forward?
Introduction, please.
I think just go for it.
Okay, just I apologize for my audio wasn't working. So do you want me to introduce myself, like my bio? Are we just going to go forward with the panel?
Let's just jump into it.
Okay, so my understanding is everybody's going to do speak about 15 minutes, starting with Siamo. So Siamo, do you want to jump into your 15-minute segment?
All right. Hi, everyone. I'll try to do it in 10 minutes so we can get back on time. So I was invited to speak about trends and features of surveillance capitalism, which has two components. There's the surveillance, which doesn't necessarily have to be by a corporation, but in this case, we'll be talking about the logic of capitalism. Okay, so I guess let's start by talking about profit, because that's what drives corporations. Companies are collecting and selling personal data for profit, not for the benefit of a user or a community. Now, a company might be dishonest and it might say it's collecting this data so it can optimize your user experience. Maybe they're a social media app. They could just be any functional app. It could be an app that helps you track your periods if you're a person that menstruates, for instance, which is a famous example that's used. But behind the scenes, that company can't make money off the app, especially if it's free. So in order for it to make money, it will sell your data to those that might want to use it. And so the famous phrase is, if an app is free, you are the product, sort of. But the important thing here is companies only do this because underlying their operation is a for-profit motive. You could be a periods tracking app and not want to make money. You could just be a bunch of programmers that believe that people should be able to track their menstruation and design an app and then release it for free. That sort of free software does exist. So software being free and monetarily free in this case doesn't necessarily mean that it's collecting data. But if it's done by a for-profit corporation, chances are if they're going to be profitable, they're going to be collecting your data. And they won't be doing it for your benefit. They'll be doing it for the benefit of their clients, who's the people that they're collecting data for. Companies are also very dishonest about what data they're collecting, how they process that data, where they store it, and who they sell it to. The big example of this was the Facebook Cambridge Analytica scandal. So what happened here was there was this app on Facebook that was distributed. You know how you have those games you can play on Facebook? And I believe it was a personality app where you give them information about who you are so they can give you a psychological profile and tell you a bit about your personality. You might have seen those online quizzes that will tell you which character you are of a TV show, or it's also really popular with New Age philosophy for people to be involved in birth charts for astrology. And a lot of that requires personal information because it is a personal profile. So what looks like an innocent program or app that you're using, web program, that's just going to tell you something useful about yourself, it's actually taking a lot of that information. And then what Facebook did is they sold it to the British firm Cambridge Analytica, and Cambridge Analytica was using that for political advertising and other political purposes. And the full scale of what is used with that data still isn't known. What we know now is happened chance because of good reporting, because of inquiries by state, and sometimes because of leaks. We won't always know what happens with data, especially when that data is passed in ways that are very difficult to track to clientele. But I think the important thing here is lots of people were very innocent in the sense that they didn't know that their data would be used to give them political ads during a presidential election that was happening in the United States at the time. They just wanted a psychological profile. They just wanted to engage with their birth charts and astrology and the important things that people find meaningful. Behind the scenes, however, Facebook was doing things and they were lying about it, and they weren't being honest about the fact that they would be studying that data. Now, a lot of this happens because we rely on large tech companies. You've got the big five: Google, Amazon, Facebook, Apple, and Microsoft. Because we're so reliant on these tech companies, it's very easy for them to create large data collection protocols and systems, and it's difficult for us to challenge them and to just move away. And that reliance also makes it easy for them to be dishonest, to lie to regulators, to lie to us as users, and to not have to tell us the truth, and to cover up instances where they're collecting data without us knowing. Now, of course, if we look at just surveillance as a concept, there are instances where communities seem to want surveillance. So we worked on a project at the University of the Free State that I was attending. They had a big issue with gender-based violence and other related aspects of violence on campus, and they wanted to install security cameras around the campus because they thought that that would assist in some way. Then I also did some work on a ward committee here in Mangaung Metro Municipality in Ward 23. There was also a project to increase security cameras, and they worked with private companies and the municipality. And communities got behind that because in the mind of the communities, these cameras would make them safer. But working with for-profit companies, and yes, it is true, providing security to people could be profitable, but providing security is only profitable to people that are paying you to provide security. But just a random camera on the street isn't technically making money. So what a lot of these corporations did is use these cameras to collect data and sell that data because that would actually give them money. So if you're putting up a camera and it's assisting a social issue, right, and a company's not making money out of that, and it's a tech company, you can already start to think that perhaps data collection is what's inviting that tech company to be involved in. One of the companies that were involved was ADT. It's a private security company here in Bloemfontein. And so there's this unintended disconnect between what communities are fighting for and what the corporation ends up actually doing with the service. To the point where if a corporation's only interest in putting up that security camera is not to solve crime because they're making money, but to sell data, they might even ignore all the crime that's happening unless it assists with their bottom line. And that's what ended up happening. And then obviously other interests like using cameras to address protests and so forth and criminalize comes in with interest of state and police. But if we just focus on corporations for now, the underlying problem is the for-profit motive combined with surveillance to collect data, but not to help us. Surveillance is not profitable technically. So it's the data collection that is. Now, what are some issues with surveillance? Obviously, in the long run, is that it limits privacy, it can limit speech, movement, and more freedoms, which individuals and communities value. Already in this presentation, you can see I'm drawing a connection between what communities or individuals want and what the for-profit companies actually providing them. So in someone's mind, within a market, there's this assumption that I'm giving money to a company and I'm getting something in return. You go to a shop and you buy a chocolate bar and you like the taste of that chocolate bar. So, you buy the chocolate bar again. We have lots of people who are giving money to corporations and investing in corporations that are not providing people with services at all. We are the service that the company is providing to other clients. So the transaction is happening between a company and other people who are buying our data. We're not the ones who are transacting with the corporation at all. So that's a really important way to frame how for-profit surveillance creeps into even the most regular of apps. And one good example is these periods tracking apps. You've just had abortion laws in the United States that have been passed, right? If these companies have an incentive to make money, they can sell the data from their periods tracking apps to legislators and private firms that want to crack down on people who are going for abortions which have been made illegal. And the company wouldn't think twice about doing that because its bottom line is to make money. Now, all of us as users, we're just trying to track, people are just trying to track their periods. They don't know that their data might be sold and then they could they could be in serious danger, vulnerable communities. Okay, so that's a snapshot of those trends, but let's talk about the future and what we're heading toward. So first thing, there's a concept called Internet of Things. It means your washing machine talks to your computer, which talks to your phone, everything in all devices interconnected. And then there's cloud computing, which is effectively everything's online. So you don't store things in hard drives, which are only you and your computer can see it. Now you store it on a server because what the cloud is, it's a nice creative name, but effectively it is a server. It is another computer where a lot of things are being stored on and they can see what's there. It's much more difficult to see what's on your hard drive. But what's on the cloud is much easier for these people that host the service to see. So the combination of those two things means that it's easier for tech corporations to get a holistic data set for each individual because they know when you're doing your washing and, they know what you're watching on your computer, what shows you like, Netflix knows, and they know what you're busy searching, not to be fear-mongering, but if everything of yours is on the cloud, the pictures you're taking, which restaurants you visit, they can create a really great profile for each individual, which is a combination of the Internet of Things and cloud computing. It's the dream for people that want to collect data and they're able to survey that. You can be surveyed even if you personally don't opt into any of these services. An example of this is an Apple AirTag. So how Apple AirTags work is Apple AirTags connect with Apple devices that have opted into the general service around you. So let's say someone slips an AirTag into your pocket, right? And you walk through an area where other people use Apple devices. They can track your movement and, as you're moving to the cinema and whatever. Now, you have not opted into an Apple device. You have not opted into being tracked. But the very fact that other people have allowed AirTags, and they use it to find their phone, it's innocence kind of, that's what the corporation tells you. You can just use this AirTag to find your phone, but it can be used nefariously to create patterns of movement for anyone. And you don't even have to be an Apple user to be someone that an AirTag can track if someone just slips in your pocket or something. And there's lots of reports of that you see online. So not only are people who are opting into corporations being surveyed, just anyone is being surveyed, even if you don't opt into a corporation, obviously. Surveillance is becoming so sophisticated and integral to the technology we're using. I've been giving examples of people who are tracking their periods, who are just writing emails, who are, turning on their washing machine. These are just everyday things that you're doing. You're not even thinking twice about the data you're putting into these services. It's become so second nature to you to put in data into services, online payments, whatever, really, that it's become so integrated that it's so difficult to regulate away because it seems to become necessary to the ways in which we live. And it's so sophisticated and it keeps changing that regulations can't even keep up with the various ways in which people are collecting data. Quite obviously, some of it is done so secretly that even if you were to create a regulation, they would just still collect the data anyway, even though the regulation exists. So the second thing is that corporations are more powerful than governments in this respect. Governments do pass weak policies as well. So GDPR in Europe, even our Promotion of Access to Information Act and PAPAIA, they're very weak laws to start off with because of the lobby and various reasons. Corporations also pay the government to make sure laws are weak. But I'd wager even if the laws were stronger, corporations just wouldn't respect them because at the end of the day, we're all using Google, Amazon, Facebook, Apple, and Microsoft. Their immense power and control over us makes it easy for them to overrule what local governments are doing, especially governments outside of the US. The South African government doesn't have much teeth against these large tech corporations. So the next thing that's going to happen is as more companies get really good at surveillance, the competition will drive companies to take more risks to outcompete other corporations. So if there's many corporations collecting data and a client wants to buy data, they're going to buy the best data set. So corporations will try to be more invasive so that their data can outcompete other corporations who are also collecting. So you might think, the corporation is not collecting that much, but eventually the profit incentive is going to force corporations to become more and more invasive and to do things which are very unethical, and they're going to become more and more dishonest. If every corporation told you that they're collecting data, you might not use that corporation and use a different one. So now the for-profit motive means corporations will lie to you. It also means they'll try their best to hide data collection, in innocent astrology chart apps and stuff like that, so that you don't actually know that you're giving personal information to a client, because the more aware you are of the process, you're less likely to give that information. Next, data will be used to target vulnerable groups, for instance, undocumented migrants. South Africa is starting to see a lot of increase in xenophobia, especially of the structural kind. And more laws are being passed. We've just opened up a border patrol right now. They're doing raids. Corporations are gonna want to get into this because it can make their money. We've got something called Operation Dudula, which is, it's really grown in strength. First, it was Put South Africa First, which was mostly an online movement, but Operation Dudula is a physical movement. Now, if you want to make money as a corporation, you might want to tap into xenophobia as a means to make money. And so you might want to map out where are undocumented migrants, where they're traveling, try to collect that data, sell it to someone who's xenophobic. Think of this as an example. If I'm a company and I can tell you where all the foreign-owned shops are in your local community, and you just have to pay me a fee, there'd be people who want to buy that kind of data. So if you're an undocumented migrant using an innocent app, but you're giving off information, eventually that information can be used against you, etc. People seeking abortions, political opposition, far-left organizations. So even if you don't mind your data being collected as an individual, the bottom line is that data collection is going to harm vulnerable communities first. And the general infrastructure of data collection will be used against the vulnerable. Technology is also going to be more and more controlled by big Western corporations because they're just better at data collection than local companies. So because big tech can collect better, they outcompete, they absorb local tech corporations and they entrench themselves in local communities. So if you have to choose between using a social network, which is international and is customized and whatever, and like a little social network that was just launched in your own country, you're probably going to use the large international social network. There's more people there, it's a better service, it's got more features, things like that. So big tech is going to end up ruling in countries around the world, and we call that digital colonialism, which is when the social and economic digital sphere of a country is controlled by a different nation. Google, Amazon, Facebook, Apple, Microsoft, those are not South African companies. Those are US-based companies which control how we see the internet and how we experience the digital world. All right, the final thing that's going to happen is the whole point of technology will cease to be about communities, connection, freedom, curiosity, and all the nice things that we as communities use the internet for. The point of technology will be data collection. And this will affect what tech looks like, who makes decisions, who has power, and why we even have technology in the first place. So, what can we do about this? What are the alternatives? The first are what we call encrypted services. So encrypted services prevent the ability for data to even be shared at all. I won't go into the full exhaustive list. Michael Quitt actually has created a nice list of alternatives that you can use, and we'll continue to update that. Two, there's free and open source software. So if we must collect data, sometimes we need to collect data like for petitions, polls, newsletters, things like that. That is data collection. You can use free or libre open source software. Now, free software in this context implies that the user or community has freedom to use, copy, study, and change what data is being collected. So it doesn't mean free in the sense of monetary cost. It means free in the sense of freedom. It's more transparency. So a service will tell you exactly what data is being collected, and you can actually see it in their source code, how the service operates. So they can't just hide it behind the API, right? So right now, for-profit companies, you can't actually see what data they're collecting because it's proprietary software. It's hidden behind intellectual property rights, and you can't actually see what they're doing. But with free or Libre open source software, you can see everything. So that transparency means that they can't secretly collect data without you knowing what they're collecting. So if we are to collect data, so encrypted services is best, but if we are to collect, then at the best, it should be free and open source software. Then finally, we need public decentralized technology or tech commons. If a community has control over technology rather than private individuals, they can prevent data collection from occurring in the first place. Any centralized company could pretend to not be collecting data, but behind the scenes, they strike deals. So DuckDuckGo is a search engine. It's also got a browser that's supposed to be privacy focused. But recently we found out that they've got exceptions with Bing, LinkedIn, and Microsoft to allow trackers on their browser application. So this is meant to be this big company that we're all trusting to be privacy focused, and it's got a reputation for being privacy focused. But we found out recently that they aren't as privacy focused as we thought because they're a small centralized company. That's another thing they'll do. Companies will pretend to be about privacy because they know it's a new up and coming wave, but behind the scenes they aren't. So we do need decentralized public-owned technology to prevent data collection from happening. We can't just trust some do-good company to do good, right? So finally, why should you migrate? Why should you use encrypted services or these tech alternatives? Well, the first is someone's got to start. Most of the people in the world right now are using the big tech companies, and we who are more knowledgeable about these issues and care about social change in the world, we can be the first ones to migrate, and eventually they might follow. Secondly, some people really need these services, like a journalist, for instance, reporting on an issue that a government or a company doesn't want out there is going to need to use an encrypted service. So I was talking about vulnerable groups earlier, people who are seeking abortions, undocumented migrants, they're going to need encrypted communication. So if we are all using encrypted communication, then they're safer for a few reasons. Firstly, if everyone's using an encrypted communication, then it's difficult for the government or private company to know who's the undocumented migrant. But let's say it's only undocumented migrants using a particular service. It kind of gives it away that, they're the ones using this service. It's sort of the dark web problem. You've got lots of people who are using encrypted services to do illegal things like, selling guns and human trafficking and stuff. And if they're the only ones who use that thing gets known as a thing that's done by those people. So it's the same thing. If the only people using encrypted services are vulnerable communities, kind of makes it obvious who the vulnerable communities are. So if everyone adopts something, it also protects the people that do need to use it. So even if you don't really have things that you think you need to be protecting and all of that, you migrating helps other people out. It means that we can actually defeat big tech. Remember, big tech is not just about digital control. I mean, Bill Gates is buying up farmland. Bill Gates is the largest farm owner in the world right now. The revenue that big tech gets can be used to entrench really bad things around the world in so many different other ways. So it's not just about the control of technology. We need to defeat big tech to fight climate change, for instance. So we can also defeat big tech by migrating, and then more numbers just makes these services more likely to succeed. I also feel like as a community, there are things we want. That's what I've been talking about this whole presentation. The best way for us to get these things we want is to do it ourselves and not to rely on someone else to do it for us. So that's my presentation. Yeah.
All right, Siamo, thank you for that. And obviously a lot of things in there to unpack. So next we're going to move on to Murray Hunter. He's going to talk to us about the state of government surveillance.
Cool, thank you very much. I guess it's traditional for firstly to ask everyone can hear me, right? So I want to talk a little bit about government surveillance in the context of, obviously, of South Africa. A lot of comrades who've come through the Right to Know or other movements are familiar with government surveillance of protest movements of civil society. And I'll speak a little bit kind of in the context of South Africa and Southern Africa. Obviously, the situation varies from region to region. And before I do anything else, I have to cough. Excuse me, comrades. So I think there was one important point that was made in the previous discussion that is relevant to this one, which is that when we talk about state surveillance, it's often really, the state is in many ways in the digital sphere not nearly as powerful as private interests. And it's important to remember, and I forget this myself, that when we talk about state surveillance, we're often talking about digital surveillance that is run off the back of private networks and private services. And very often, sometimes that is private networks and services like your software, your devices, your network infrastructure, which is being used by the state for surveillance without the knowledge of those, or without the power or participation of those, the entities owning those or running those devices. But very often it is the state relying on private companies to give them that service, either because they're legally required to, or because they're being paid to. In South Africa, that's certainly true, but it's also true for even the most powerful and sophisticated surveillance states. It's worth remembering that Edward Snowden, who is obviously probably the most well-known surveillance whistleblower, was not an employee of the US government. He was an outsourced worker for the US intelligence agencies. So, even the NSA is using private contractors. Now, I think it's important for us, I tend to try to remind comrades about how unreliable state surveillance is how, I think it's important that we keep two things in our mind. And the one is that the state and its sort of partners can be invasive, unethical, and anti-democratic. But that doesn't always mean that they actually know what's going on. State surveillance can be invasive and kind of crap at the same time. And, as much as we sometimes conjure up the idea of an all-knowing state, Big Brother. Big Brother is always watching, but isn't necessarily always knowing. And we've seen this even in the kind of intelligence reports that are leaked about protest movements in South Africa, even, sometimes the movements we're part of, is that the intelligence that is being leaked from what the state thinks is going on is often kind of like a little bit bogus and confused. And that isn't necessarily reassuring, right? Because there's the only thing more worrying than a state that is all-knowing and all-powerful is a state that is kind of like slightly ignorant and all-powerful. Now, within the South African context, in the sort of transition from the Zuma era of the state to the Ramaphosa era of the state, there have been big changes in the intelligence agencies in South Africa. Not necessarily as many changes as we need, but there are significant changes in a few different ways. And the one is that the state security agencies have shown themselves to be completely involved in politicized spying, both at the elite level of politics and also at the grassroots level of protest movements and civic organizations. But they've also found themselves they've been shown really to be unreliable and untrustworthy, not just in relation to the people, but actually in relation to the state as well. The political kind of the political clients of the state security agency, which is basically kind of politicians and government leaders, have good reason not to trust the intelligence agencies. And then secondly, that those agencies have been, and people sort of employed there have been shown to be kind of involved in a great deal of financial corruption and maladministration, which means that there are more checks and balances and less available cash to them to spend it how they want. And what this means is that they've got a little, okay, so those are the kind of administrative context. And then secondly, we know that there's been this big constitutional court judgment last year that has tightened some of how our surveillance law, RICA, operates to improve oversight, oversight from judges and transparency, and close down some of the spying. Now, what that means is that there's less official latitude for the intelligence agencies now than there necessarily would have been, a couple of years ago. But what that means, I think, it's partly good, and it is also very much the result of activism against state surveillance. So we can hold it up as a victory, but it has some unintended consequences as well. Now, in the global south and in Southern Africa in particular, there's basically, in my mind, three kind of major kind of partners to state surveillance. And the one is the network operators. I'm sure that there's more than three. I'm just going to list the three. The one is the network operators like your MTNs, your Vodafones. In some parts of Southern Africa, it's Orange, which is a French-owned network company. And then there's state-owned networks in many of these countries as well. So that's one, network operators. The second is kind of foreign industry partners who are usually in the US, in Europe, in China, to some extent, to a lesser extent in India, and obviously local providers as well in some cases. And so these are basically software service providers who create the infrastructure that state surveillance can run on. And then the third is these kind of spyware partners. And these are usually, these are basically people who sell as a service software that can hack an individual's device or phone to get around some of the improvements in encryption that we see. So that's basically things like Israeli-made spyware like Pegasus and Circles, which are being operated in some of the countries neighboring South Africa, and European spyware that we might have heard of like Finfisher. Now, the thing about that spyware is it's probably the most scary stuff that we're thinking about at the moment when we talk about state surveillance. It is incredibly invasive. It's being used against opposition politicians, against journalists, against human rights activists in Southern Africa, but it's also incredibly expensive. And so in some ways, a lot of this most invasive software, the biggest control against it is just the states can't really afford it to be as invasive as they would like to be. And with the network operators, generally, there's an increasing trend towards wherever a government agency wants to use information that it gets from a network operator, it needs to go through a court and get the permission of a judge, which is a good form of oversight. But the problem is that we see this general trend towards better regulation of surveillance in South Africa and the region. It's not good, but I'm saying it's better than it was. But what we haven't done as effectively is clamp down on the politics of surveillance, the fundamental instinct of states and of political structures to spy. And so as much as they can't use all the tools that have necessarily been available to them in the way that they would like to, those agencies are still going to, be drawn to try to gather information on their populations. And we see this in South Africa, particularly, with protest groups, with civic movements. That is going to continue. With media organizations, that is going to continue. But the tools that might have been available previously are going to be less accessible more and more. And what the result is that I think that as we've improved regulation, but not necessarily improve the climate in which surveillance happens, these agencies are going to go look for new loopholes that aren't covered in the regulation. So for example, there's going to be potentially a greater use of informants, which is one of the primary uses already, is that, trying to infiltrate movements by sitting in public meetings, by, willingly or wittingly or unwittingly getting information from people who are in those movements, by putting undercover operatives in those movements. That will be potentially an avenue that is still open to them and that they will use more. They might use, kind of second-rate or third-rate service providers, because if you can't afford Israeli-made software, go find someone who's cooked it up themselves in a university lab. They may start to try to use more information from data leaks, for example. And they may start paying off, or continue, who knows, to pay off employees in the services that they require to leak information kind of unlawfully. And we've already seen that being used by private investigators. If anyone's interested in going right to buy someone's cell phone records from like an MTN, it's a surprisingly small amount of money. It's like 2,500 Rand to get someone's phone records, based off of previous abuses. So these are the kinds of mechanisms that increasingly we're going to see being used. And I think that if the conversation is about what needs to be done, there's lots of things that we can do to tackle, to improve the technology that we use, to improve the security of the space. And I think that's very important. But clearly technological and legal solutions are really only part of the struggle. And we need to continue conversations like this. We need to continue movement building around, against a politics of surveillance, to ensure that those parts of society, whether it's the state or the private sector, that are fundamentally drawn towards spying and surveillance and documentation and analysis, realize that the political costs are too high and the space for them to do so shrinks and shrinks. And that's part of the mission of building a safer internet and actually building a free internet, is that political work. And I think in the interest of time, I can pause it here. I'd be happy to speak about all of this in more detail and would love to hear more from other people. Thanks, Comrade Mike.
All right, thank you, Murray. Okay, so next we have Alison Tilley, and she's going to speak about protection of privacy, transparency and privacy.
Thank you very much. I said I was going to unmute. So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Alison Tilley, and I'm a part-time member of the Information Regulator, as well as the coordinator of the Judges Matter project. I think what I really would like to do is focus in on the role of the regulator and legislation in protecting privacy. We're talking here about the right to what we call informational privacy. The protection of personal information forms an element of safeguarding people's right to privacy. It's the legal protection of people where your personal information is collected, stored, or used, or communicated. In South Africa, the right to privacy is protected in terms of the common law, so the law that isn't written down in legislation or in the Constitution, but it's also protected in the Constitution itself in Section 14. The recognition and protection of the right to privacy as a fundamental human right provides an indication of how important it is. It's not an absolute right. It may be limited by a law of general application. It has to be balanced with other rights. It's one of the reasons the Information Regulator was set up, to regulate both the right to privacy and the right to access to information, because they're two sides of the same coin. You don't want your personal information made available inappropriately, but on the other hand, you do want transparency. So how do you get both? The best of all possible worlds. And the argument, I think, is that one of the ways of doing that is put those powers in one regulator and see if they can do that balancing act. If we look at where this concern about information protection has come from, it is pre the internet, as Mark says. There is really the development of computers, the growth of centralized government, the development of massive industries holding information. We previously have had records placed in one, now have records that are available, across the world. The surveillance potential of all of these computer systems has prompted demands for specific rules which govern the collection and handling of personal information. So the question is no longer whether the information can be obtained, because it probably can, but the question is if it should be obtained, and where it has been obtained, how it should be used. So if you're going to allow the collection of personal information, which we do, then you have to make sure that fairness, integrity, and effectiveness for collection and use is also promoted. It is something that has to be applied cross borders. information is slippery and it moves around the world. I'm not sure if it's technically at the speed of light, but certainly quickly. What we did in South Africa is really look to what we would regard, I think, as the gold standard of data protection, which is the European Union data directive. And what we did in South Africa is put together the protection of relate the access to and how people are entitled to process personal information. Now, as I said,
and Alison, just one second.
That is limited. South Africa, we only have jurisdiction in South Africa, and information moves everywhere. That is a limit, and you know, one has to deal with that in different ways. But as a statutory regulatory agency, we are able to get notifications of processing where it's special personal information. We can conduct investigations. We use a system of notices where we're unable to conciliate or mediate conflicts around how personal information is used. I think just to perhaps to talk less about the regulators' powers, but to just jump into one of the issues that we're dealing with at the moment, which is the question of WhatsApp and their terms and conditions. And WhatsApp is end-to-end encrypted. They can't, WhatsApp and probably not anybody else can read your messages, but what they can read is the metadata. And that's the interesting thing. So that's what makes their money is the metadata and not the content of the communications. And WhatsApp has a privacy policy that is pretty good in Europe and then not good everywhere else. And the regulator in South Africa has taken the view that we should at least get the privacy protections of Europe. It does seem reasonable that Africa should get less privacy protection than our friends in the European Union. And so that's one of the things that the regulator in South Africa is looking at, and is asking WhatsApp why their privacy policy is not better. And that's something that's ongoing. I think just in the context of state surveillance, it's worth noting that South Africa has taken a rather unusual position in relation to these kinds of critical information databases. The word critical is used just as a sort of a way of describing that. Basically, when you have state security and the information they put together, in most jurisdictions, that information and that regulation of that information is exempt from the provisions of your privacy legislation and falls outside the ambit of your regulators' jurisdictions. In South Africa, we haven't done that. What we've done is we've said that the right to privacy and the jurisdiction of the information regulator do apply to state securities information until such time as they pass or have passed for them their own legislation, which protects the information, the personal information that they gather, but specifically in their context. And they haven't passed such legislation, and so are currently part of the regulator's mandate. Just to balance it out, to say that, of course, privacy and informational privacy are very important and are acknowledged more and more. So I think when we talked about privacy 10 or 15 years ago, people were like, well, who cares? But I think we've really got to the point that people certainly do care. But of course, what people also care about is getting information that's important to them. And there, the regulator has a role around access to information, and we have the order. I would like to just do a little commercial for using the Promotion of Access to Information Act. We do have order. We've had very little uptake so far, and I think some of that may just be the exhaustion of everybody with PIA over the last 20 years and how badly it's worked. But the intention is that the regulator will be able to take on complaints around government bodies and private bodies not releasing information. That's also an unusual legislative wrinkle in South Africa. We include the private sector in the ambit of our Promotion of Access to Information Act. So in most jurisdictions, you can only get government information, but we are able to access privately held information. And if you look at the statistics at the information regulators so far, I think it's over 60% of the requests are actually against private bodies, and they're looking for private information or top private information held by a private sector body. So there is legislative frameworks for these things, and of course, like any legislative framework or any government agency, although we are independent and not part of government, the only way the thing works is if people use it. If you don't use it, it doesn't work. And I think for a lot of campaigns where you're thinking about working over 2 or 3 or 4 years, if you start your requests for information and then you get your results after 6 months or a year, it's just going to put you in a much better position in order to do the work you want to do. So that's the commercial for the regulator. And there's more information available on the Information Regulator website, as well as all the different rules and forms that you need in order to make the system work. So I think on that note, let me stop speaking, and I will hand back to the chair. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Alison. Okay, so our last speaker on the panel before we open up for Q&A is Hassan Lorgat, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, and he's going to talk to us about threats to online expression.
Thank you, Com. I want to do it differently. I want to start with the conclusion. Well, maybe some reflections on how what I want to talk about has been raised somewhat, and then go back to what I recommend as a possible program of action. Now, the conclusion is, I think this hybrid event, people online and people in communities meeting in halls, various other platforms, presents a great opportunity for us for deepening participation and activism. It also, of course, the climatic and other benefits are obvious because people are not flying around and living in luxury hotels. So that is the conclusion that I endorse, and I'll come back to hopefully. But people have raised, everyone has spoken so far about the role of state surveillance and of corporations surveillance, but how the state has used corporate services to surveil citizens and competitors and other espionage, okay? Now, I'm supposed to touch a little bit on citizenry. Now, the sad issue is that citizens are actually involved in spying on other citizens, and they are called upon as well as not only spying, but to mobilize politically overtly using social media and other forms against another sector of marginal people. Operation Dudula is one. We can go to the June or July so-called riots inspired by various other forces, poverty, inequality, Zuma, whatever. You can talk about the January 6th unrest in the US Capitol, which was all publicly available on social media. But it does show that social media is not a life on its own. It sometimes has an impact on the lived reality and sometimes not. In both the July unrest in South Africa, as well as the US Capitol issues, it looks like the intelligence services of the CIA and all those big guns we see in movies were really caught off guard. Now, one of the things that Palestinian civil society groups have taken up, and they have not been very vocal around Pegasus and such like, although at international level, some of the groups have. At a local level, some of them have felt the brunt of how they've been censored by Facebook, but have also found that those who are opposed to the liberation of Palestinians have sought to recast them as enemies of Jewish people or anti-Semitic, you know. So the discourse of the powerful has come through where the new social media groups have actually not necessarily helped our cause. So a mention has been made of Pegasus and such like, and Edward Snowden in 2013, breaking our innocence by telling us how we use these platforms have also become, put us on the agenda for being easily available to be mined and undermined. Now, for me, I think that Henriette's particular point, when she said that, for example, the increased access of internet services, if you like, does not mean that democracy is deepened. I'm putting it in the way I want to. Let me give you an example around the analog switch off to digital. The minister goes on air and speaks about it. She broadcasts not through SABC or all the other live channels that she could use, radio, etc., but on YouTube. She then offers WhatsApp and other such facilities as a basis for how public should interface with her department. They do not say when the cutoff date has been agreed on the 30th of September, you can meet us, our officials, at the various supermarkets, community halls. They do not say that. They say you must interface electronically. But they're trying to deal with the digital divide by using tools that exclude people. This is how this government works. It is truly a CEO's government. Then let me give another example. The police say on their website that they're trying to make an amendment to the law on terrorism, Pogdatara, we call it. When it was originally brought about, I think 2013, there was a mass of civil society groups working with Media Review Network, et cetera, freedom of expression. Now, nobody even knows that this issue has been there. But the police department says on their website, somewhere in their media platforms, you'll find the full bill on our page. You go to the page, you don't find it there. You go to search on the internet, eventually you'll find the full bill on the government website. So clearly, they put you through a maze to chase around. So citizens who are already marginalized, as you've heard here, through load shedding, historic inequalities of housing, water supplies, etc., suffer a lot more. And then, of course, when they try to resist, they're spied upon. Now, I think what is left for me here is to look at what we can do going forward, right? We can lament here and argue how our government are increasingly trying to censor us using the Films and Publications Board. But how many of us are engaged in those processes? So the first thing I want to suggest is that we need to try and come together to build the media and communications commons, this digital commons. We should come together as the first point, as we are doing here today, and to deepen it in local levels and in provinces, right? But it has to be democratic. It has to be bottom up. It cannot be imposed by those who are techno-savvy, who know more than us. We've got to speak a simple language that people can understand. It also must include a people-centered SABC. And here we need to decide what it is: the free-to-air TV stations, community television, community radio, and all of them must be transformed. I personally have been involved in some of these spaces, but you know, during the height of COVID, they fired a blind journalist in one of the community radio stations, and I could not get help anywhere from the networks that fight for freedom for community radio stations and to get a higher expression for this stable. So they must be part of this. This new social media platforms and tools that are available, right? The People's Media Consortium that I'm a part of have been working on producing media. So they do provide the tools for getting broadcast quality media. But they, as you've heard, they also have within them embedded problems because this is not a neutral media platform. They are not neutral. So social media, we must know, is problematic, right? But we need to then find ways of engaging the platform holders, the service providers, the regulators, as we've heard earlier from Alison, right? To ensure that this platform that is not neutral becomes an empowering tool for those who've been historically disadvantaged. I've said if they want to roll out 5G, they don't start in Sandton. They've got to start in these poverty nodes that the Mbeki era discussed so much. For all his other faults, that's a good focus, not radical enough, but far more radical than what we're experiencing now. I want to talk about we also who are active on radio and that. A few years ago, we engaged SAFM when Tim Modise was there to have an annual gathering of listeners. But there's nothing wrong for groups to organize listeners and viewers so that we can begin to put pressure on those who provide a service. Similarly with Vodacom and MTN, who took the lion's share of the spectrum, right? We need to see and work ways of how we engage ICASA and USASA, all those that are supposed to provide universal access, Centec. We need to find ways of democratizing them and make them accountable and show them that how an elite transformation program doesn't benefit us. The Black Sash, as we've heard in the discussion here, had user committees and activism in the hands of our grants campaign. We need to get them together. We in the Benchmarks Foundation have got community monitors, and last Thursday I spoke to them about this conference, right? And we spoke about how to integrate digital rights as human rights, because they complain when there are electricity cuts, they even lose data, not only the data theft from the companies, but from Eskom, which simply wipes it off. So we need to get all those that are user-inspired to help to build a popular movement from below. And the People's Media Consortium is willing to serve as one part of that coordinating platform. We need to make sure that those of us who want to build the commons come together. We need to contest commercial mainstream media while we build our own media. You know, the media, the print and television and others, print in particular, were regarded as the fourth estate. Ignacio Ramonet said that they have not been, and it's true, they've been part of the subjugation of people. If you look at our media platform, we don't even know who pays for them. Of course, when New Frame went, there's a big discussion about who the funder is, right? But who funds all these others? We need to have a clear discussion about that. Ignacio Ramonet said a couple of years ago, we need to create a new estate, the fifth estate, that will put civic force against the new coalition of media rulers. He proposes then that an association of journalists, academics, etc., which is this kind of commons that I'm talking about, must come together. But we from the Global South must play a pivotal role to turn that around. How am I doing for time, Chair?
I think you're doing okay. Maybe 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay. The People's Media Consortium have been trying to organize and get unions and NGOs to work together. The Yetu and others, Yetu collective that has been integral in organizing this, have also been members. SAF2, Black Sash, all of them are members, but we need to make sure we get a non-sectarian alliance to make sure, so that we can put pressure on the powerful. In the recent court case where media monitoring and SOS played a role, the Save Free TV played a powerful organizing role. And we need to get people from this coalition to make sure that we win the read the RDP and all those old documents. We need to give her a present by sending her that. You know, we as regards the principles of the SABC, they used to say before they were model employer. Now they've dropped it out of clear honesty. They knew they were lying. But 14 years ago, I was part of the teachers union. Workers' World Media Productions organized a number of us in the unions, and we campaigned to get a Workers' World program on SAFM. It worked well for 14 years, and it was unceremoniously dumped by the public broadcaster. Now, for us fighting for free TV, which means community radio, public television, ETV, and those likes, means there must be a reformed agenda. It cannot be business as usual. They must bring back the programs that speak for the workers and the poor. We must also, point number 5, build our research capacity. Because, you know, when the case took place, we couldn't find out, you know, which people were getting set-top boxes, which were not. We were arguing rather theoretically that there are more and more people earning more than 3,500, but they're the working poor and not covered. But we need to do more empirical research to help our struggles. So we need much of this. We need to build our research capacity and challenge universities that are too elitist in how they provide their knowledge services. The first challenge we face is to discuss how we tackle the concentrated power of corporations in this social media and digital space. You know, Facebook, Meta owns WhatsApp, Instagram. We have not spoken enough about how we can get these guys to be democratized. Should the regulators step in, as we've heard? Should we get user committees to get involved? Can we have a boycott of them? You know, they look too big to fail. But we have not discussed the alternatives of Signal, Telegram, or Jitsi. In Europe, that's big, but not in South Africa. What's holding us back? The algorithms harm us, right? In the chat, we found Shaba talking about white liberals, if you like, with good intentions, trying to build alternative algorithms. But, you know, we need to research what it means to be a truly empowering one that can include all of us. When New Frame counts as one of its fault lines, why it fell, they say that the algorithms were changed, you know, but they were not built around clicks. They were built on other stuff like that. So we need to rebuild the movement while taking advantage of the spaces there. Chair, I've got 2 more points, right? Related to this, and I think Marcus Solomon raised the issue about children, and he spoke about how Kentucky Fried Chicken and others are being put down the throats of kids. I want to go deeper, Marcus, Comrade Marcus, you might know lekker hoor. Microsoft Teams, Google Docs, all that becomes a staple diet of school children. These are proprietary systems where the government and schools and universities pay for, and the available open source materials are not used. We need to fight these guys, the universities, to make sure they change. You know, taking the statue down is fine, but the daily exploitation has to be fought. So we need to revisit finally what nationalizing these mean. It is clearly impossible. Democratizing, socializing, you know, all this is part of the agenda for us going forward, right? But these platforms are not neutral, finally. We need design justice, which includes our voices, women's voices, women who bear the brunt of violence by men, homophobic violence against other men, capitalist elite power must be challenged. But here we need to sit with techies who listen and not dictate. This is what design justice calls for as we go forward in building the commons. But we will need money. The sector, if we all work together, must have one pot of money which we administer. And we need to find out the people who help fund this can give seed money, but the government must give us money back from our taxes that we in the NGO sector pay for. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Hassan. Okay, so I'm awaiting questions from the audience. I haven't seen anything posted yet, so I'm just going to start off here and ask my own. Let me just start off with one, and then we have Elroy coming in here as well. So I do want to just start this off and ask the question. In a place like South Africa, obviously there are issues of extreme poverty and deprivation, access to electricity, food, water, and things like that. And if we're looking at the power of these tech corporations, some of what they do seems rather esoteric. So Microsoft and Amazon are opening cloud centers in Joburg and Cape Town, and Microsoft is pushing its software into the schools instead of free and open source software. These are all ways of colonizing emerging markets and enhancing the power of these big tech corporations. So one thing I think we should think about, maybe in your responses, and we'll go to Elroy, but one thing I want to see maybe some of the panelists speak about when they respond to the audience is the idea of how to build a popular movement behind digital technology issues when so much of the population might see on occasion some of these issues as rather esoteric and disconnected from the realities. Hassan, go ahead, jump in on it.
Yeah, listen, the meeting I had was these were like coordinators, facilitators of the benchmarks monitors. And we were asking basically how you use your media. And when there's electricity cuts, they have complained that they can't reach out. We are subsidizing the government in ensuring citizens participate. We provide stipends. AIDC provides. Workers will provide stipends for people to connect to the internet to discuss. They realize for them to remain connected to the bigger world, to opportunities, they need connection. In fact, as I said in one of the radio programs, I don't know if I would have said this 10 years ago, but digital rights are fundamental rights. People, when they don't have their batteries charged, they go crazy. When they can't connect to other people, it's a matter between life and death. A few days ago, the International Herald Tribune or New York Times ran an article which said that the 22-odd young people who died in East London, Gqeberha, went on the promise that they will have free internet, right, as well as alcohol, right? So this idea of free internet is a big allure. Someone was trying to police how people should use this internet, simply because people have had no other opportunities for recreation and to create the lives they want. They now use it for music and the things that they like. But this will come about when we put pressure to organize for bigger goals. Our movements have declined. We can't put social media to fix up the things that we have fucked up. Sorry for the French.
Yeah, and I mean, I agree to an extent there. What I would, kind of wonder though, is there's one thing to understand that computer technology is something that is part of the 21st century life and needed. It's another thing to look at it with rose-colored glasses and say, hey, I want to make sure I have access to Facebook, rather than kicking out Facebook altogether with an alternative system, such as decentralized social media, which is a solution that's been developed by communities that has millions of users, services like Mastodon instead of Twitter, that function like Twitter, but are not actually corporate services. They're community driven. And so taking that next step maybe to get people to oppose the power of these tech giants. One more thing that I have in mind here is the protests against the new headquarters in Cape Town for Amazon's new headquarters. The grounds for opposition are, on the one hand, I think the opposition itself is encouraging in that at least there's some pushback, but the grounds for opposition are environmental sustainability and indigenous culture. The idea would be that the plot of land that Amazon is building on is sacred to indigenous people, and that it's going to potentially mess up the environment there. But the opposition isn't to Amazon coming through and opening up cloud centers and spreading its surveillance technology and exploiting workers. So, I'm not saying that it can't go in that direction, but something like cloud colonialism still seems to me to be a bit remote from the day-to-day experiences of people. And I guess that's what the question was about. I want to see if Elroy, because I know Elroy, you had raised your hand early on. Are you there and do you have a question?
Yeah, I've got a question, and it's exactly linked to what you were raising about the opposition to the River Club. So within the AIDC, there's an organization called the People's Health Movement of South Africa, and Professor Leslie London and others serve on the steering committee. So yesterday or the day before, there was a High Court case in Cape Town. Sorry, there's no light here. We've got load shedding. And there was a young boy that former Professor Louis Reynolds, who's a retired pediatrician from Red Cross Hospital, but a very keen and good photographer. He met this young person. This person was promised by Amazon supporters and very fancy high numbers of crowds and tie-wearing protesters that there's a promise of a job. And this kid went there. The questions were asked to him by the opposers of the Amazon project. He's never heard of Amazon before. He doesn't know how he was going to get home. He hasn't eaten, and he doesn't have taxi fare to get home. So my point is, it's not just access to information. This is a direct exploitation and immoral abuse of our young people. That's how bad it is. And I don't think that, yes, there are opportunities, but right now in Cape Town, on the way I drive home every single day, I wouldn't want that to be Amazon, because they've acted with impunity and, quite frankly, hatred towards our people. So I think that's how bad it is. I've used examples earlier on of how exploitation happens at a distance and or directly by multinational corporations. The Net1 example that Hassan spoke about, it's absolutely critical that the training of monitors, asking standardized questions that were collectively formulated to show this kind of exploitation is critical. And I don't think it should only be the Black Sash. There are many organizations that partnered its work, but certainly they can also play a leading role. So that's my feedback, Michael. I hope that's useful, as angering as it is.
Yeah, and I think the question was, not so much as can we, but how can we get the grassroots involved and overcome some of the barriers of, knowledge and awareness around technology, and actually have people care enough to integrate these things. One idea might be to start trying to integrate with other movements, but I want to throw that over to Siamo if you're there, because Siamo is very active as an activist on the ground.
Yeah, I hope I'm still audible. So Mike, I mean, you're right. Some issues are esoteric. When you go to someone who does not have food, shelter, water, and you're trying to talk to them about how corporations are collecting their information, it can seem disconnected from the most immediate struggles they face. However, for starters, they are connected. Corporations that control the digital environment are going to affect your life. So you'll find that Microsoft or Amazon, for instance, will shut down local industries in your area. I mean, if Amazon does come to South Africa, you and I have spoken about this. What does it mean about other retailers and their ability to sell things? Like if that's like malls destroyed local traders. Local traders can't sell things because everyone's buying from malls. The online environment is doing the same thing. If everyone's buying things from Amazon, who's buying things from you, who makes craft, who makes clothing? So it does affect you. It's just that we haven't communicated all these tech company issues in that way. But for the more esoteric things, I agree. They're more middle class sensibilities than for the poorest of people in the country. But I would say that big tech and how big tech are moving does affect the poorest of people. I mean, if Amazon comes to South Africa, it will become an employer, of course. After it shuts down all its competitors, now people will be forced to be employed by Amazon, and Amazon's not going to give them bathroom breaks, and it's going to be quite oppressive. That's how they are and how they treat tech workers around the world. You've seen this recent scandal about how Facebook has created a functional African sweatshop with laborers in Kenya. So yeah, I do feel like these issues do affect the poorest of people in the country. I do think that a lot of the conversation that ends up happening online is dominated by people who have internet and who are more privileged and who have the language to communicate the kind of frustrations that they deal with. And so the whole focus on privacy, we need privacy, which is correct. We do need privacy, right? You're right that that word privacy won't resonate as much with someone who never had privacy to start off with, and the violation of their various rights are a constant experience for them. But I do think technology does affect the poorest of people. So some movements I think they can connect to, Data Must Fall in South Africa was a very popular movement across class groups. It's something that connects us all. This conference today is about free internet. So obviously it's something that connects all of us together. But I also think big tech, if we talk about big tech like as a for-profit company that's oppressing people, that's hurting workers, that's hurting all of us, that's also something that can connect us all, which is why I like the themes we work on in terms of digital colonialism, because it suggests that that's not just the middle class issue. It's not just, oh, I want privacy. It is these tech companies are doing lots of bad things that hurt all of us, you know, and that message personally resonates. Like when I talk to people, it does resonate. There is this sense of, I don't want to be living in the situation I'm living in. And if tech companies are part of the problem and a part of the reason why I'm suffering, then I don't like those companies either.
Yeah. So there was something I want to bring Allison in on this. Allison spoke about the Protection of Personal Information Act, and I believe when she introduced it, her audio cut out. But that's you know, a privacy-oriented, or some call it privacy law in South Africa about protecting data. And one of my questions, Allison, is something I've struggled with, is that while I'm happy to see, and I think we should all be happy to see something passed rather than letting information collected be a free-for-all, at the same time, if you look at two things, let's take something like Vumicam, which, you know, Murray has done a lot of work on. I've done some work on as well. Vumicam is this huge, sprawling, interconnected, wide area surveillance network of cameras. And when I interviewed one of the other information regulators at PAPIA, I was basically told that it's permissible under PAPIA because you can use things. The surveillance network is starting off as, it's in Joburg, it's starting off as 13,000 cameras. It's supposed to expand to over 100,000. And it's basically a super network that covers a super wide area, all by one company. And I was told by a PAPIA regulator that this could be permissible under PAPIA. And a second element I want to ask about is, if we're going online, it's the same thing in Europe now with the GDPR, which you referred to as a gold standard. There's the premise of informed consent. So the idea would be is that if a company is collecting data about you, that you're supposed to have informed consent, and then it's okay. In part, I mean, there's other things to restrict what they do with the information, but I don't even know how informed consent can exist. And so if you're looking at going on something basic, like going on a website or using an app in your phone, there's still massive amounts of data being collected about each one of us. And supposedly we're all consenting to this. And I would say that we're all still under the surveillance of the technology industry on the commercial side. So if you're looking at Vumicam, if you're looking at commercial surveillance, all these things are still going on at the mass levels. So my question to you about PAPIA is this really, should we consider this a gold standard? Is it just a kind of weak floor for privacy that we can build on, passing new surveillance privacy laws on top of it? What do you make of the fact that PAPIA exists, but these forms of mass surveillance also still exist?
Action.
So thank you. I won't put the camera on. I think that, yes, the GDPR is gold standard. And I think if you look at other jurisdictions, and particularly the United States, where there is no federal privacy legislation at all, that may be a low bar. But it's also somewhat out of date now, as is our POPI legislation. Bear in mind, a lot of the work that was done on that was pre-2014 and even earlier than that. And there have been huge technological advances since then. So as is always the case with legislation, there's a time lag between what you regulate and how fast the industry and particularly in this industry, in the tech industry, how fast it's moving. So that being said, I think it's a really it's an important aspect of privacy to keep your eye on in terms of regulation. And I think regulation, as we know, legislation and litigation are only a part of a broader strategy for making rights real and have direct effect in people's lives. I think we have to understand that in any campaign or process that we're designing. Just to bring up to Virmakam in particular, I can't speak to the interaction that you had with people at the regulator, but in principle, any system where you gather personal information is governed by POPI, and it certainly would depend on what you do with the information. It's not how much you gather, it's what you do with it. And in South Africa, we don't use consent as the only principle, because as you correctly say, consent is a bit of a figment. It's a figment of our imagination, certainly in legal terms. So what our legislation does is it talks about a whole range of information protection principles, which would include accountability, processing limitation, purpose specification, further processing limitation, information quality, openness, security safeguards, and data subject participation. So the last one, data subject participation, is the one where you check the box, which says, yes, I'm happy to receive further communications, for example. But in terms of looking at the legislation as a whole, it's only one part of processing information. As you correctly suggest, I may give consent in the sense that I may check a box, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I do consent, because you may require me to check the box in order to get the service, which is it's not consent. And it also may not be informed consent, because you may not be telling me what all you're going to do with the information. So I think there's, I think there's a lot of meat in this legislation, and I think it's really worth getting to grips with what it does and doesn't do. And particularly as things like surveillance capitalism develop and become more and more efficient across more and more jurisdictions, the question is, how are people going to push back on that? And as I say, legislation is one part of the whole, one perhaps quite small part, but I think it really is worth getting your head around both that and frankly competition law, because one of the issues in many jurisdictions is that, they don't like monopolies and they want to see more providers of services than just one monopoly. And I think there's a very interesting campaign around breaking up monopolies using the competition commission legislation or the competition legislation in different jurisdictions. So I think those would be my responses to those questions.
Okay, thank you. And I mean, I guess I would just say in response that a regulated surveillance state is still a surveillance state. And that the fact that you're under mass surveillance is a fundamental problem in my view. But before we close out, I want to just briefly turn to Murray, real quick, if we can keep responses to about like 2 minutes, and then Hassan, and then we can wrap up. So Murray, you had spoken about RICA, and RICA had to be reformed or redrafted. And Heidi Sport came out with an article at Daily Maverick yesterday. I don't know if you saw it, talking about, is this really going to be, or is this really on track to be what it should be? So I was hoping that you could comment on what you think a little bit about RICA and redrafting that. And also, Allison, if you get a chance, I think your mic is still on.
Hey, comrades. So I actually wanted to answer a different question, but quickly to say that I think the important, comrades who go read that article, and the important thing to recognize here is that the judgment we saw in the Constitutional Court is going to result in a minimum number of changes that the court has said the law must now be changed to meet these current standards. But it's also opened up a process where we can basically make whatever other changes we want, as long as they're as long as they at least meet that minimum standard set by the court. What that means is that there is the incentive for regulators who don't want to change much to just meet the minimum standard. There's an opportunity here to push for a lot more. And that is, I guess, speaking to the point I made about the need to challenge the culture of surveillance. So the opportunity is there if we want to make it. If we don't take that opportunity, the results will be as disappointing as that article suggests. Now, with my remaining 90 seconds, comrades, two things. The one is just on the Amazon headquarters. I just wanted to disappoint people, which is that Amazon, I think these are very interesting points, but that the headquarters of Amazon that's under discussion, Amazon is only the tenant, right? So they will, really their participation is kind of irrelevant to whether that development happens or not. But more importantly, Amazon, this is not a new headquarters for Amazon. They are currently based at Ruland Street. They're just trying to look for new digs, like slightly bigger office space. So to some extent, I think that the important points that Mike raised are almost like, I think it speaks to the fact that we're maybe 9 years late on that debate, not just 9 months. And I think that's very concerning. And how we build these movements and around technology, my only addition is to say that we need to do it with compassion, really with recognizing how important these struggles are, but how difficult they are, how difficult it is to migrate away from these platforms and technologies, which are so vast, these companies where they have such a stranglehold. And for me, it's so important to add that when we're engaging with people and trying to get them to think about these opportunities, to realize that it will be difficult and that people will falter, and they will sometimes feel like they're failing because it does seem so difficult to quit tech. And it's therefore just I guess it's important to recognize that when people feel demoralized, they're less likely to kind of to take the next step. So recognizing that there will be some of those struggles is, I think, important. I see in the comments that it sounds like I was coming out in favor of Amazon. That's not what I was going for, comrades. And thanks, Mike.
Right on. Yeah, I would second that, and just saying that I second that. Okay. So let me move on to Hassan, and to close out here. So Hassan, one of the things that you mentioned the closing of New Frame. They have a rich donor there. One of the things that we struggle with is not just corporate media and things like that, but we have kind of inequality in the academic system with resource distribution. There's integration of these corporations and their agendas into the university systems. So even if we're looking at a place like UJ or WITS, UJ has a partnership with Accenture, which services a lot of the big tech corporations to train people in Soweto. WITS University has the Simolahon precinct, which is working with Microsoft and other big tech companies. And when those things are going on, it puts a lot of pressure on staff, faculty, students, especially faculty as well, not to protest against that because you might have fear of repercussions against you. And then you also see in the NGO space that there's a lot of money coming in from big tech itself, but also rich philanthropists like Bill and Melinda Gates and so on, and big foundation money. And so if you look around at the narrative, if you want to talk about something like digital colonialism, it's kind of like, well, who's going to fund this? And so questions of funding to me seem paramount, not just in media, but across the intellectual spectrum. One suggestion that I've seen over the years is there's an economist, Dean Baker, who talks about vouchers, basically giving citizens a voucher and letting them donate to various organizations. And I was thinking that maybe we could have a system like that where you tax the rich progressively, you give a portion of that tax money to citizens, and then you can decentralize it and keep put some limits on how big an organization can grow and give them the option to donate money to an organization of their choice so that there's some citizen involvement. It's just one idea, but what do you think that we should do in terms of coming up with alternatives of how to fund knowledge production and distribution?
I mean, it's more difficult. So I think your speech was actually quite cool. I endorse one part of the difficulty, but let me state that the disinvestment movements, if you like, around the world have shown success. I'm talking about Palestine solidarity groups, have done amazing work at how they could target corporations on some of these issues, but you need alternatives. At some stage, we were looking at Shuttleworth, etc. This is not, I'm a mainstream organizer, okay? I grew up in the unions and stuff like that. But I really, really want to say that we have to find a language that is quite simple, that people can see a material connection to their current situation and the exploiters up in the cloud and elsewhere, right? So that is the issue that these young activists in campuses have done. You fund the wall, you're killing people there, you can't be on our campus. But it's simple. And if there are alternatives, whether for Jitsi, why is it in Europe they use Jitsi, we don't use it back home? Shouldn't we just talk to those people? Why is it that there's no big take-up for Signal amongst the left? There's stuff like that we need to just work. But the left has been decimated. Civil society groups have been very weak. And this is a very useful conversation to begin the renewal. And of course, we will use not just kosher media, halal media, we'll use whatever media to get to the conversation as we try to transform it.
Yeah, and just real quick, because I know we want to wrap up here, but to fund media production, I guess what I mean is like knowledge production, like journalists, right? Like they have to, Signal won't address that issue, right?
And
so what do we do to like fix this issue?
Listen, it's happening. For example, we are trying to amplify the voice of our monitors when they write about how corporations treat them. The commercial and even the public broadcasters regard this as not newsworthy. Our struggles historically have not been regarded as newsworthy. And it's for that reason that I think the international solidarity movements can teach us something on staying on message and working every day. The knowledge is being produced. And People's Media Consortium, and I hope the person who speaks after you, will tell you about how much media is there. But for us, is how to get them onto scale, and that's where Cape TV gets in, and then how others should pick it up. It's not happening yet, but that's where we're knocking.
Right on. All right. So I'd like to thank the panelists for coming on here, and I'm going to turn it over now to Mark.
Thanks, Mike. I'm going to turn it straight over to Martin, who's going to lead us home.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Yeah, comrades, this is the final session for the day. We've had quite a lot of inputs and discussion, and I'm sure at this point we are also exhausted. However, in many ways, this session is probably the most important because it will help, I suppose, distinguish whether what we've done today is a talk shop or a workshop. In other words, what are we going to do about all these major issues and problems that we've discussed? So I'm going to ask Mark, as I suppose the instigator and the pioneer of this great initiative, to lead us in this regard, and then we'll open it up for discussion. But also bearing in mind that someone else mentioned earlier that this is not something where we're just going to kind of jump and run to the barricades and march to Parliament, etc. This is going to be a process. We're dealing with very, very challenging issues, big corporations, government support, neoliberalism, all the big issues of the day. So we're going to look at how we can be strategic, tactical, patient, and do the necessary, particularly to get the masses of people who are worst affected by the problem fully involved and ultimately leading this important struggle. So I'm going to hand over to Mark just to introduce it, some ideas for the way forward, and we'll take it from there.
Yeah, thank you, Comrade Martin. It's been an amazing day, and we are well on our way. No? So I don't think you could say it's been a talk show. Having said that, I think I'm going to disappoint people who are imagining that in the next 20 minutes we're going to workshop a detailed action plan. We're not. I took on the task of listening throughout the day to prepare for this input because I very much wanted it to be shaped by the conference. And it's been an impossible task. There are so many issues, it would take a day to summarize. And there's so many issues, I really think we need another discussion about strategic prioritization. We have limited resources, capacities, but there are some very low-hanging fruits. And I think with another few hours of brainstorming, we can identify some priorities that we can work together on. So what I've done instead, by way of a summary, but I'm hoping it's useful, is put together some kind of vision document, a piece of text that can unite us. We do plan to bring out a very detailed conference report that will include all the presentations and discussions. But I thought while we're together, let me take a few minutes to present a page and a bit, and then in plenary, we can say whether we think it's a vision we can get behind or not. And then from there, we can circulate it in our organizations. Because even if we had 5 days for this conference, it wouldn't be enough. We have to take it back to our structures, our movements, our communities. So I present this as a tool that we can use to open the discussion beyond this conference. The numbering is just there for our reference. It won't be there in the final text. It says, we are organizations and activists gathered from across South Africa with our comrades across Africa, Europe, and the Americas. We come from movements for social, economic, and ecological justice that rely on the internet to organize counterpower, to challenge oppression and exploitation, and push the boundaries of equality, justice, and freedom. The internet should enable the universal human right to free expression, access to information, free association, and privacy. These rights are foundational to our ability to build our movements. The dominant internet today stands as an obstacle to realizing these basic rights. The majority of people in Africa do not even have access to the internet because they are not a market for corporations. Those of us with some access rely on slow and expensive networks. We are citizens, but the dominant internet exploits us as consumers and producers. As we generate the content and personal information that drives the digital economy at the expense of people and the planet. The dominant internet is built on publicly funded and open source technologies that have been commercialized by dominant hardware, software providers and platforms. The dominant internet infrastructure is controlled by telecommunications corporations that limit access to maintain scarcity, charge rents, and maximize their profits. Socializing the internet demands that the tool serves as a means for advancing the common good rather than a vehicle for private profiteering and capitalist accumulation. We stand for an internet that drives equality. It moves the world closer to class abolition and equality, irrespective of race, gender, sexuality, nationality, religion, and disability. A free internet must not discriminate on the basis of class and income. It must be decommodified and free of charge to the end user. It must be available at high speeds to everyone, irrespective of their geographical location. A free internet must be decentralized and democratically controlled. Community networks have a critical role to play in offering local infrastructure. Democratic nonprofit associations should enable national, international infrastructure and platforms. It must be built on free and open source software, hardware and software. A free internet enables transparency and access to information so people can hold those with power to account. A free internet is not a tool for surveillance or censorship. It must respect privacy and freedom of expression. The free internet must be decolonized. It cannot accept foreign domination by corporations and states. American hegemony is pervasive and must be emphasized and resisted. A free internet must be environmentally sustainable. The cyber world works in tandem with the physical world, and it must respect social and planetary boundaries. A free internet must be supported by policies and laws that work for the people, not corporate and state power. To this end, the struggle for a free internet is part of the struggle for a participatory democracy. A free internet is inclusive. It's based on popular education and participation from all walks of life and built from the bottom up, based on contributions from communities. The free internet is growing from below through free, secure, open source software, community-owned infrastructure, progressive websites, platforms, etc. But the free internet will not realize its potential as long as the corporate internet remains dominant. We are committed to working together to nurture the free internet and push back against corporate dominance and state control to create a space for the free internet to thrive. That, comrades, is not quite a summary and not the program of action you might have been hoping for, but I think we can reflect on it and see if it's an adequate way for us to close. Martin.
Okay, so Marcus presented us with what seems like a useful declaration. Can we have responses? Okay, I see Alison's hand is up.
Sorry, comrades, Martin was muted. He can hear you now. Or you want to see that?
Yeah.
Alison, let Alison go. So
I just wanted to make sure I am here in my capacity as a representative of the information regulator. Obviously, I can't The information regulator. So
I think somebody said there's load shedding in Cape Town now. Are we waiting somebody else to direct what's next?
Then whatever is needed has to be struggled for, and I think we need movements. Okay? And I'm just going to refer to the right of food, right? So
can anyone hear me now? I don't hear anyone else. Sorry, Marcus.
We can hear you.
Okay.
We can hear you too.
I'm not sure if we missed anything, if someone wants to summarize, otherwise I'm giving back to Martin.
Okay. Yeah, we just had a technical glitch here and Mark was fixing it. Yeah, I think at the point where I was saying that Mark presented us with a useful declaration and I was opening it up for responses. So if anyone wants to respond, please feel free. But in the meanwhile, we've had some discussion here as well. So I'm wondering if we can hold that for now. Okay. All right. So anyone wants to respond? Feel free, raise your hand. Sorry, who's
Can you flag the document here?
Okay, put it on the group, I mean, on the Zoom screen. All right. Sorry, who? Teron or Ferran?
Teron and Job.
Okay, Teron, go for it. Does anyone want to come in? Should we scroll through the document?
I'm going on. Okay, greetings again, comrades, compatriots, friends, and leaders. Yeah, no, I wanted to bring us to a very important issue. I understood what Comrade Hassan said around the issues of the hybrid model in terms of communicating. It's good that we are experimenting with these things, but again, we need to conduct public education and awareness into poor communities. It's fine for the middle class and the super middle class who can connect, who've got the fiber to home network and access, who've got broadband, who can speak from their comfort of their own home and their study rooms, etc. But we've got the majority of the people, even if we are here in the hybrid space, we're leaving millions of consumers and millions of citizens down there without the information. For example, I have not heard anyone, even including Charlie Lewis himself, our doctor, honorable doctor. He has not said anything about even the National Integrated ICT Policy of South Africa, which is still to be implemented. That is going to kill ICASA, USASA. We are going to have new bodies. We have not said anything about those things because USASA is going to die. We're going to have a new information, not a new regulator, digital regulator that is going to have the money that is sitting with USASA, because USASA is sitting with billions of the money of the universal service funds. I thought maybe Comrade Hassan will speak about that. That money is 0.2% of the total annual turnover of Vodacom, MTN, Cell C, and all the commercial private broadcasters. That money has been collected since 1994, is sitting in the coffers of the treasury. And even us, the NGO that advocate for universal access, we can't access that money because that money, if we want to access it, maybe for research or for anything, we can't get it because anything that goes beyond 2.5 million at government, it must go for tender. And then so we can't take our ideas for tender. We're sitting here now, we're saying free internet and everything. You see, Mark, this is a good initiative. I like you, you're a good convener. You brought us together for this historical workshop and meeting. I love it. I love even everything. I wish it can be documented, even when we go towards signing the declaration. It's a good thing. But the government will say, that's a good idea. Bring it here. We're going to send it for tender. The idea of the free internet. So it must go for tender. And the tender will be given to people who were not even part of this thing. As we are rooted on the ground, we are working in communities. In other communities, when you go there, maybe Comrade Dale can, bear witness. Other communities, you can't go in and go out without leaving all your money from the wallet. You will cry tears when you see how people are struggling in those communities, you see. So clearly, if we are serious about this, the students in the rural areas, they are studying online. I'm going to wrap up.
Yeah,
the students
please wrap up, comrade.
Yeah, definitely. The student in the rural areas, I'll take a rural girl child who wakes up in the morning to go and catch the taxis to go to the rural town so that she can email or she can do whatever, or send the prospectus to the university. And if she can miss the taxis, then it means she must go and stand at the main road for a lift, which makes her vulnerable to criminals and rapists, And then if she gets to the rural town like Mokopane, they will tell her that we are offline. You better go to Petersburg. That's where you're going to get the internet. So it takes one day for a rural girl child to connect. Yeah. So we need a revolution. No manga business. Comrade Hassan, we need a revolution to take these guys on. We need to come together at some point. It doesn't matter if we book hotels and sit together and craft a proper staff so that we can come up with a proper program of action. No shortcuts. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, comrade. Trevor, go for it.
Thanks, Martin. If you could flag, but I think I saw what I needed to confirm. My take was that we should have maybe one line added there that notes that the capitalist commodification of use values, we can frame it however, let me just put it for comrades to understand, but I'm thinking that we should have a line which shows that it is the commodification that is actually hindering or at the center of hindering the access to free internet and all that. So in my view, that the profiteering, which of course is one which is at the helm of the interests of these corporations, must be also highlighted to show that this is what hinders and impede the drive, or at least the struggle towards access to free internet. Thanks, Martin.
Right, thanks for that, Trevor. Any other comments?
Can I comment? I can't lift my hand up. Siamo.
Okay, go for it.
So I think the first thing Mark asked was that we would need to prioritize. I think based on the inputs of the conference thus far, and even the title of the conference, Friends of Free Internet, that seems to be the priority for most of us, which is access to the digital world and moving toward a free internet. So it seems as if I'm reading things correctly, the priority has already been established in the structure of the conference, the inputs from the various members. I don't know if others would agree that the major thing we're working toward is free internet. In terms of the document itself, I think what would help, Mark, is if you could send it out to everyone, and then we can all put comments on the document, and then we can comment on other people's comments, and we'll be able to fine tune some of the language and structure of the various bullet points, then going through each of the points right now. And I also recommend we migrate the document away from Google. There's some alternatives like CryptPad. It still allows you to have comments. It still allows you to see other people's comments and make changes to the document. It's the same kind of online software. It's also operated online. Then we'd be able to comment on the document and move towards something more fine-tuned. But generally, I support and I endorse the document. It sounds really good. I do support what we're doing, yeah.
Okay. Comrades, it seems like there is general endorsement of the document, but that there is much work that still needs to be done. Just on the question of, I suppose, the emphasis and the focus of the campaign, the notion of free internet, there are two dimensions. The one, which I think is being highlighted, is the question of access, but access politically, but also access in terms of the economic stumbling blocks for the majority of people, that it's too expensive and therefore inaccessible, and it's not a public good at the moment. The other political is relating to freedom of expression and access to information. So, okay, so comrades, shall we just wrap up on that basis that, okay, Marcus's hand is up, I'll give him a chance, and then Mark, but let's try and wrap up with final contributions. And we're agreeing that this is the beginning of a process, and the document will be a working document. All of us can contribute, and perhaps we should just set time frames, as well as when do we meet again to take up some of the several suggestions that have been made. The last ones relate to, very importantly, and I would agree that it's a priority, the question of public education. That is a top priority, and perhaps we need to be as creative as possible to get some momentum going around discussion around these key issues. My sense in that regard, I suppose we should talk about awareness raising, but there's just insufficient political indignation around this question, which is why people are not possibly coming together. It's very individualized. And so public political education is critical. I think that has been raised. and it's important. Okay, Marcus and then Mark.
Yeah, I think that. Thanks. Yeah, the point I want to raise, I agree with the general sentiment that the document is good for taking us forward. Structures can discuss it. But there are two things I want to raise. I think there is enough, for many years, and Mark can bear witness to that, on this issue from the children's sector, the children's resource center. This has always been an issue. The issue of how the webinars and all the social media is used to socialize children, not even educate, because they are in front of these things every day. So the issue of children is central to this campaign for two reasons. The planet is in danger. And whenever there's disaster, like in KZN, children and women are the receiving end. This issue is also an issue for the disaster management systems. I see somebody raised it. And later, not now, but this issue of the media is central to the survival of planet inhabitants. So there is that issue. But the other thing is, it's being used, the main point, there is enough over several years now. Social movements, organizations that I belong to, NGOs, there's so much indignation and anger at the way they don't really have access. The students there was an outcry the last few years. They couldn't have access, especially in the rural areas. So I think there is fertile grounds for coordinated activity. In fact, we've shown that the last 3 months around this issue of right of children to food, there is enough indignation about the suffering of children. What is needed, comrades, is the will to coordinate the sectarianism, gatekeeping, etc., etc. I think we need to begin to understand that we cannot continue in this compartmentalized way of struggling. I think it's central, sorry, yeah, but yeah, it is really about, I think there is enough, but for us, it's the issue of children. The issue, and it's not about children are the future. They cannot have a future if these issues are not addressed. Children have agency, but the way the system is used, and you've used the word capitalism, the state, etc., every aspect, that agency turned into its opposite. Instead of quality of life, the violence in our society cannot continue. And this media is central to that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I agree with Marcus wholeheartedly. I think this issue, if you look at the last 5 years, Data Must Fall is definitely in the top 3 or 4 public campaigns in South Africa. And it was a fairly spontaneous affair that people are angry with their lack of access and the cost question. So when I said we need to prioritize within this broad banner of a free, as in Mahala, free as in freedom, what are the 1 or 2 issues that we can really organize around? And then Marcus is right, we actually have to coordinate and work. So I want to suggest 2 things to the House. Number one, I don't feel like maybe it's a result of this hybrid experiment. I don't feel like we've given that document the airtime it needs for us all to own it. I think we can include it in the report as a proposed vision. No? Number 2, I think we should give Comrade Michael at least a week to prepare the report. But anyone who's interested in having a discussion about the report and the way forward should contact me or anyone else from People's Media Consortium or YETU, and we'll have a follow-up meeting in a week's time so that we don't lose the momentum. But we do say this is the plan for popular education, research, meeting with ICASA, meeting with MTN, meeting with state security, the plan. So thanks, comrades. Martin, give it to you to close us.
I'm not sure if there's anything more to say. I think Mark has concluded for us. I think maybe just, when do we meet again, did you say?
I'm saying people can put up their hands and then I'll put up a few options within 14 days, sometime a week from now.
Okay, look, I don't know if that could be the case for some coordinating arrangement, rather than the entire conference.
No, there is already a steering committee.
Okay.
I'm proposing people at the conference are engaging this process for the first time, but want to play a more active role.
Okay.
Can just step forward.
Okay, all right. All right, so comrades, you heard that. If you would like to play a more active role, please indicate to Mark, to YETU, if you'd like to do that. And you can, the group will then meet within 14 days. I'm wondering, should we rely then on that group to convene the next follow-up conference? Okay, that's fine. And don't forget, there are two issues. One is to report back to all our respective organizations. And secondly, in that process, then also to contribute towards the declaration, which can eventually morph into a program of action. Okay, comrades, I don't know if there's anything else left to say. If not, then I declare the conference closed. I thank everyone for participating, for attending, especially our presenters who took the time and prepared very, very useful, informative inputs. We thank them, and thanks to YETU, Mark, and others who coordinated and organized this event, and the People's Media Consortium. Yeah, thanks to everyone. What is it? Goodbye and good luck.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye, comrades.
Bye.
Yeah, I say the people of
you know what time it is?
the people of Russia are